So good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 4. I understand a lot of very good work was done in the task forces yesterday. So there are a few things that we are going to bring back now, really just to round off items from earlier in the week. And as you can see from the slide, we're going to start with other lease type arrangements. Maybe Lynn, if I go to you first before going to João.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. So we just wanted to bring back where we've got to just in terms of the instructions from Tuesday. In terms of the SMCs, we're going to show you those. We also did some really useful work in the Task Force Plus meeting, as I will call it, yesterday afternoon, where we've in essence made each of the illustrative examples self-contained rather than referring between standards. So no changes of substance, just an improvement to make them self-contained. And we've also decided to delete one of the examples from IPSASB 47 because we felt there were sufficient examples and it wasn't adding anything. So not controversial changes, and we're sort of very content that we've actioned everything as per Tuesday. So João's just going to show those changes for full transparency and summarize that in a better way than I'm doing, and then just seek confirmation that the board is happy with the 60-day consultation period and we can get the exposure draft out then.
Thanks, Lynn. And I think that that's an excellent example of what we're looking for from task forces to deal with the non-authoritative material outside the board in that way. So thank you very much, everyone that participated, both the task force and the plus. João, pass over to you.
Yes, thank you, Ian. So I'd like to first to say a big thank you from staff to board members that I chased over the week to address their concerns, and thanks for your patience and contributions. And they've really helped out staff a lot to bring a finalized work, and also to the task force members, so Lynn, Claudia, Andrew, and Abdullah, for the whole work that we've done over the quarter and yesterday at the Task Force Plus meeting. So a big thank you from staff. And with this, next slide, please. So as Lynn said, the first slide is basically an instruction from the board from Tuesday. The first one, it's there. I'm not going to go there into the details. And then, which is the redrafting of SMC1. And then in SMC2 is to split, basically, between 2 and 3. So it's there for the board to see. And if there is any comment before jumping to the other slide and last one.
Okay. Thanks, João. And as you say, that actions. So if we can just go back a slide, please. So I just want to check if there are any board comments on what we've got there. No? Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. So this is the detail, basically what we landed yesterday. So as Lynn said, there is no substantive changes. It's mere editorials, consistency of terminology across the standards and the illustrative examples. The deletion of one illustrative example because it wasn't adding new principles into the revenue, although there is something from the other standards but not for revenue, and also 2 BCs that we received also over the week to be added, and basically putting in the BC some of the IPSASB decisions that were taken and they were minuted in previous meetings. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Raul. Just check whether there are any questions there on what's been done. Okay, no, I think we're fine with that. Thank you.
So that is all from the staff perspective, and the exposure of the 60 days to have that confirmation for publication.
Okay, thanks. So we did decide earlier on in the week on a 60-day consultation, given the nature of what we're exposing already been seen in the context of 23, and this is non-authoritative material. It doesn't sound like there's anything that came up from the leases task force plus discussion that would cause us to reopen that. So I just want to check that we're now all fine with that. Okay, that's good. And I think obviously, and Ross, I think we'll pick this up in the program and technical directors reports. Obviously, there is some scheduling that we need to think about just in terms of the order in which the EDs go out. But I think this one will be the first one that goes out. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So with that, I think we then move on to the IFRIC interpretations item, and welcome Eileen back to the table just to give a short update on changes coming through there. So just give us a minute or two. Okay, Eileen, all yours.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, everyone. I'll be pretty quick with the IFRIC. We did not have a task force, but it was very appreciated to have time from various members around the board just to talk through some of those final comments and instructions coming out of the Tuesday session. So all in all, we were able to address all of those points and really thank everyone for the time offline to do so. The changes to ED, which will be ED 89, included the update to the title and deletion of Part 3 based on IFRIC 6 and Part 7 based on 6.7 interpretation as a result of the decisions by the board on Tuesday. And we've also introduced 2 SMCs per board decision, and we'll be showing that on the next few slides. What we wanted to do as well is to highlight a few other minor changes to the ED that came through some of the conversations we had with members over this week, just to make sure that we're all aware of those changes. The first is on what is now Part 5, which is based on IFRIC 21 levies. There was an example that was about whether an entity still existed as a bank at a specific point in time and whether that would actually trigger a levy. There was a question about whether that's really relevant for us in the public sector. And we, after assessment, considered no, not really. But we also asked whether this example is even useful to pivot. We landed on sort of the same principle we had on the revenue project, where we asked ourselves if the principle is relatively clear, then we don't need an example. And so we noted that the principles in IPSAS 19, as well as the appendix that we've brought in, would sufficiently address that principle itself. So there wasn't really an example needed. So we've proposed to actually delete that instead of pivoting it into something else as well.
Okay, just pause to check that board members are okay with that proposed deletion for the reasons explained. Okay, thanks, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, everyone. Another change related to the same part in part 5, there was one sentence that related to what is not a definition of a levy. Specifically was talking about contractual agreements that an entity may enter into with a government to acquire assets or services. And so the question was about whether or not we should still be using the term contractual agreement there. And upon further assessment, we noted that it would be better to change it to binding arrangements, more consistent with essentially the public sector, where entities may be engaging in not a legal and contractual way, but they could still be engaging with the government in those other like legal ways. And so changing that terminology to binding arrangement in the sentence would actually be more comprehensive and more reflective of the public sector. I'm so happy to take any comments from members if they disagree with that change. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. So take any comments or questions from members on that. Okay, so I think we're fine with that.
Thank you, Chair. The last change we wanted to highlight is the addition of new BCs for amendments to IPSAS 43 and amendments to IPSAS 45. As members might recall, we are proposing amendments to 43 and 45 just to add some signposting related to the guidance that was brought in based on IFRIC 1. So the impact on the subsequent measurement of right of use assets in 43 and PP&E assets in 45 that may have had a component of initial estimates for decommissioning and restoration. So a member pointed out that adding BCs to those amendments would really make it clearer as to why there are these amendments happening. They're a little bit beyond just editorial or terminology changes. And so that really rounds out the package itself. So those are really the context of the BCs written in the same way as the other BCs you've seen within this project.
Everyone okay with that? Good. Okay. Thanks very much, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair. If we could move on to the next slide. The next two slides are going to present SMC1 and SMC2. The board had instructed staff to write the first MC on whether or not constituents agree with the guidance that is being proposed. And so what we've drafted here is essentially the IPSASB proposes amendments to IPSAS based on 5 IFRIC interpretations developed by the IFRS Interpretations Committee as presented in Table 1, because their view, and apologies for the typo there, I will fix that on the ED, that these are applicable to the public sector per the basis conclusions in the respective IPSAS. Do you agree with the proposed amendments? If not, please explain your reasons. Now, to make it simpler for constituents to really read and understand what we will be proposing in the ED, the first page of the ED will actually include the table that you've already seen in the earlier version, which states which interpretation, which IPSAS the amendments would go into, as well as a summary of the proposed amendments. So that information will still be there, but it will be upfront with the SMC, so it's clear as soon as they read the question about which interpretations we are talking about. So with that, happy to pass it back to the chair for any questions, comments, suggested changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. Any points? Andrew?
Thanks. I just want to clarify, will the table include the IFRICs that we've had a look at and decided not to do any amendments as well? Next one, thanks.
No, I mean, I think that came through from the board discussion that we need to be very transparent about what we're doing, but also what we're not doing. So. Okay, so move us on to SMC2.
Thank you. Spoiler alerts, Andrew. SMC2. So as noted, the intention of this SMC is about the interpretations we did consider in the scope of this project and decided not to bring in. So there was actually a point from another member as well about whether we want to also talk about the other interpretations that were not part of the scope of this project. But we noted that because this ED, this narrow scope amendment project was about the 7, then we should be discussing the 7. And we've actually already shown our rationale for these other IFRICs within our dashboard in the last few years. So this SMC is stated as the IPSASB decided not to propose amendments to IPSAS based on 2 interpretations as presented in Table 2 for the rationale listed below. Do you agree with the IPSASB's decision not to propose amendments to IPSAS for these 2 interpretations? If not, please explain your reasons, stating clearly where the guidance should be included and why. So this table will list IFRIC 6 and 6.7. Those were the 2 interpretations that the board decided to not include in our IPSAS earlier this week. And the rationale is essentially a summary paragraph for each one based on the rationale that members have presented. And that table will be with SMC2 for the same reasons that we presented about SMC1. So with that, happy to pass it back to you, Chair, for any questions, comments from members. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Eileen. Yeah, Claudia.
Thank you. I would just ask if you could modify a little bit the wording in the question, the last question. It sounds a little bit direct, like stating clearly where the guidance should be included. I would a little bit more soften. So it's from hearing the first time, it seems, no, we don't want to have any comment on it. Because stating clearly, it's more a directive a mother gives to a child, in my understanding. So maybe we could soften a little bit more, maybe.
Staff obviously want to be very firm. No, Ross.
We do kind of want to be firm, but we can soften it.
Yeah.
But I was just going to say, I think, Claudia, you're probably also volunteering to be part of the editorial process. So we'll take these through the editorial process and you can help us with the softening of it when we work on that.
I mean, I think we could say something like identifying, where the guidance might be included and why, and that would just sort of. Okay. There's an incentive not to intervene. So. Okay, Eileen, back to you.
That's it from my end. Happy to change it. I was looking at some older versions of how we stated it. So yeah, happy to adjust that. And thank you for volunteering for the editorial group. So I guess that's sort of my final comment. We do have another slide with the actual rationale, but we don't need to go into it per se if I think members are relatively comfortable with the approach forward. The only thing we wanted to share as well is one of the instructions from board is about communication about these interpretations that we are not taking in. So SMC2 is definitely one place, but we will of course be updating the dashboard as well. So the next time you see the dashboard, it will include some more rationale from staff putting in the board's thinking on those interpretations that were not put in. And if there's any other members that would like to be part of the editorial process, please let Ross or I know, and we always appreciate the help and the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Eileen. And I think, thanks again to members that have provided input during the week. But I think a big thank you to you again, Eileen. I think when we started this, I don't think we realised quite the volume and complexity of what we might end up doing. I think that said, though, it seems to me there's some really useful guidance for constituents here. So I think it's really worthwhile. But thank you very much for the way in which you've presented, you've done the research and you've presented it. I think that really helped the board to get to the what the issues were and the proposed solutions. So thanks very much for that. Okay, so I think that's it then in terms of material coming back. Obviously, there was also a measurement task force, and as Ross will cover off in his Programme and Technical Director's report, I think the proposal is that will come back. We'll see a markup back at the check-in meeting. So I think with that, we can then move on to IPSAS 33 limited scope update. And I think that's Christoph and Sajida, if I'm right. So just give us a couple of minutes whilst they come forward.
Maybe while they're getting set up, just a thank you to the Ministry of Finance from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Sajida for the support on this project. For those who are newer to the board, you might not realize that it was the Ministry of Finance, Saudi Arabia, our member Abdullah, who can't be with us this week, and his team that started the research for the IPSAS 33 project. They continue to work to help staff in moving this project forward. It's been a great joint venture so far, and we're really grateful for the additional support on this project and on their experience in using the IPSAS through their very comprehensive IPSAS implementation project. So I want to formally record thanks from the staff to the Ministry of Finance and their team.
Yes, absolutely endorse that. And you know, Abdullah, it's a shame you weren't able to be with us, but you know, thank you very much for you know, making the resources available. And you know, it has been great being able to meet the team in person. And Sajida, it's great to have you presenting in person rather than online. So thank you very, very much. Okay, so with that, hand over to Christoph and Sajida to take us into the material.
Well, good day, everyone. I know that you've been waiting this entire week just for this moment. So here we go. Now to everyone, technical advisors, observers as well, welcome. Sajida, thank you very much for joining me in the front. I'm pleased to partner on this one with you and the team. So today will be agenda item 11 on IPSAS 33 limited scope update. Ross has already thanked everyone, which I just want to echo from my side. The support has been great. So Sajida and I will intertwine in terms of the presentation today to give you a little bit of flex in style. So we will go through them as they appear in the papers. So the first item I'm going to hand over straight to Sajida. So she's actually first on to discuss the first item.
Thank you, Christoph. Good day, members, technical advisors, and observers. Thank you. In agenda item 11.2.1, we address key issue 1 identified in the project brief. This issue identified the limited applicability of IPSAS 33 to IPSAS implementation guidance and the process, and the expectation gap that constituents had in this regard. That is, IPSAS 33 was expected to guide on the full transition, including planning and preparation phase, yet that's not the intention with IPSAS 33. IPSAS 33 was developed to apply from the date of adoption of accrual basis IPSAS and provides limited guidance on a pre-adoption of activities in that transition journey. We heard from constituents that more guidance is needed on the transition to accrual basis IPSAS and to clarify the role of IPSAS 33 in this transition. That task force agreed that this guidance will resolve the expectation gap and to prompt from IPSAS B to consider pathways to accrual. The IFAC tool for entities wishing to adopt accrual basis IPSAS was agreed by the task force. With that, task force noted that pathways to accrual replaces study 14, and it has the same elements that aim the same objective of moving the entities toward accrual basis IPSAS. Also, the task force noted that pathways to accruals apply directly to this issue and should be leveraged from to develop a new implementation guidance on the role of IPSAS 33 and planning and preparation of IPSAS transition. The task force noted also that IPSAS literature does not refer to external source of information directly, and with that, a general reference of other source of assistance on the accrual accounting journey would be included in the IGs. Furthermore, the proposed IGs will follow question and answer approach taken in recently completed projects like IPSAS 47 revenue. And for that, and we have an examples included in Appendix 1 to this paper. The task force recommends to the IPSASB to add non-authoritative IGs based on pathways to accrual for purpose and role of IPSAS 33, planning and preparation phase, and amend species to reflect current guidance introduced. I now hand back to the chair for inputs and questions from member.
Thank you, Sajida. And obviously, since IPSAS 33 was written, pathways to accrual, which is a very flexible tool compared to the former paper-based study 14, that's an important development. And we do have this tension in terms of referring to other pieces of guidance and so on. So hence the reason in terms of the proposal on the approach in the IGs. So with that, open up for comments from members. Yeah, Andrew, lead us off.
Thanks. So happy to clarify the role and purpose of IPSAS 33 and to add IGs to do that. I guess I just have a different view on what the proposed IGs are perhaps going to achieve. I think that there's one too many, and I think they perhaps go into too much detail and bring in too much content from 33 in here. And I think we may end up having the reverse impact where people see all this guidance now being brought into the IGs and think, well, hey, this is a great resource and this is now the end all and be all, which is exactly what we're not trying to achieve here. So my proposal would be to say, let's have an IG and explain that there is a planning and preparation phase that is vital before you get to 33, and that there are other sources and sort of reference out of that. That's what I would do on 33. Then I think just a broader one that's perhaps beyond the scope of this project is there's a lot of guidance that I think we're starting to produce. So there's pathway to accruals, there's navigating IPSAS, there's material that will potentially come out of an application panel. And I think the environment is perhaps getting a little bit muddy for constituents to try and work out what is standards, what is authoritative, where is this useful guidance. So there may be a need for a separate project or something just to create a document or a piece on our website to help constituents navigate this moving landscape that we've got. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, I think you're right in terms of we need to be clear about that. Maybe go to David as task force chair, and then I'll go to Ross. Oh, sorry, not task force chair.
Task force chair.
Sorry, that's measurement. But
Abdullah sitting there. I mean, picking up on Andrew's point. Well, I mean, one of the things that the task force has started to talk about in terms of IGs. I mean, those are in there are illustrative. I mean, they're not fixed in stone by any means. But the other thing that we've been sort of starting to talk about is the use of staff Q&A. Which may well help unmuddy the waters. Thanks, Chair.
Ross.
So I just wanted to come back on Andrew's point on the drawing together all the other resources, because you're right, it is getting to be a cluttered space. And just remind that we had the presentation from IFAC colleagues who are doing the ANI space. So we're working with IFAC to do two things. So one, creating a portal that will have all the ANI support materials in one place that will exist on IFAC's website and IPSASB's website. That's more medium term, and when we'll have that up and running. And also going alongside IFAC agreeing to help us with navigating IPSAS, they want to do kind of a placemat of how to get started and help point out the various strands of ANI material that IFAC's actually help produce. So pathways, train the trainers, navigating IPSAS in the future, and then the actual guidance, IPSAS 33, and kind of giving people a bit of a roadmap on how to get into it. So both those are in the pipeline. They won't be immediate, but I think by the time we're done this project, they'll be well underway. But I completely agree. We need to start drawing this together in a way that people can find it a little easier.
Christoph, then Yakuba.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Andrew, we are definitely conscious of what the previous or current implementation guidance, what it did not achieve and what we want to achieve with the new implementation guidance. And by that, I mean everything. So the pathways to accrual approach, etc. So it will be a conscientious look at the total of the IGs and whether or not we talk and guide entities through IPSAS 33 specifically in appropriate manner. So there will be a comprehensive look at it together and not just individually as we are trying to package it now in the papers.
I mean, it does seem to me, following on from Andrew's point, I think what is going to be critical is that what is on the IFAC website, both in terms of placemat, and I would argue that probably the placemat actually becomes some of the overarching, that needs to be the same as is on the IPSASB website. And I think the more that there is a kind of flowchart in terms of you might use navigating IPSAS first to decide which standards might be appropriate, and then you decide the updated 33, you use that to decide, are there any transitional reliefs that I need to apply based on 33, so that everybody's very, very clear about the order in which those go, and it's entirely consistent. And probably the other point, back to the IG point, is actually it may well be that what we need in the IG is actually the same as the introductory material, which is on pathways to accrual. So again, it's absolutely consistent between the two sources. So there's no falling down gaps or anything like that. Andrew, back on that.
So just to be clear on the IGs, I think my view here is less is more. So I can almost see just there's one IG, which is maybe the introduction to pathways to accrual, to paint the scene, say go somewhere else, but not include the depth that we're proposing here.
Well, I think that's where I was going to finesse that, in terms of saying that actually if you look at pathways to accrual, it's broken down very clearly into some key steps, and therefore it may be helpful, for example, on governance or something like that, just to have a short which says, how do I set my program up or whatever, and that is the first couple of sentences or something like that, so that it's a bit more granular rather than just go there. So I think there's going to be a balance, and I think we need to see that. But I think if Abdullah, I'll come back to you then in a moment. But I think if the task force understands that concern, which is less is more, but there is a balance here in terms of not just throwing the whole thing over the fence, but actually helping people. Abdullah, perhaps to you at this point.
Thank you, Chair, and a couple of comments or a couple of thoughts on there, and that was one of the things that when we were thinking of linking pathway to accrual to IPSAS 33, one of the things that we thought of was just having a very brief link to pathway to accrual. But when we looked at it and we discussed it with the staff team, pathway to accrual is something that the IPSASB is not in control of. That is why we took it into the approach that we are handling it now, and we are including it now, because we didn't want just to have a hyperlink to pathway to accrual and just have people just scrolling between IPSAS 33 and pathway to accrual. And that was the idea behind why we decided to include it that way, because we thought if we include it this way, that would be a material that IPSASB is more of control of. Second point, and I'm bringing this not as a task force member, but I'm bringing it from a practical point of view. When we started the convergent to accrual 2017, 2018, trust me, nothing in my mind was toward authoritative, non-authoritative. What I wanted was more of guidance. I wanted something to guide me where to start, because it is not to the point that you are crafting numbers, not to the point that you are coming up with financial statements. It's just you want something to guide you through your journey. And that is why once we including the materials in IPSAS 33, then you have in one place where you can have most of the answers. I hope all of the answers to the questions that you're going to be having in your journey, but you want to have more answers to guide you through your journey. Thank you, Chair, and sorry if I took a longer time.
Thanks, Abdullah. I think it's good to have the insight into the thinking, and I think this shows that actually there is a tension here in terms of getting this right. But I think your point about the fact that pathways to accrual exist separately from the board's material is a good one. So I think we'll see that back, but I suspect that there's just a sort of spot in the middle, if you like, between the kind of just go to pathways to accrual, but having too much detail in the IGs. Yakuba.
Thank you, Chair. Globally, I read the paper, but what I see is that there is a big expectation gap, right? And what you are trying to achieve, the way we take is globally in favor on the way we are treating it, bringing AGs based on source item coming from IPSAS and literature, etc. But I have a concern when it comes to open the door again by bringing general reference into. So to me, when I heard from stakeholders during Nairobi meeting, roundtable and Algiers roundtable, they are betting, they are counting on source coming from the board itself. So bringing AG directly coming from literature is good. But if we open again the door by referencing to other source, I do think we can end it up with the same kind of expectation gap again. So I tend to be against the final one, general reference to other sources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Yakuba. I mean, I think probably this does come back to the signposting and the communication and being absolutely clear and absolutely consistent. And I do think it should be consistent between the board and IFAC so that they're not seeing anything that's different, and that they do see very clearly the material that's relevant to them and the approach. And you know, it's right to think that in years to come, navigating IPSAS could potentially confuse the issue. But I think if people are clear that what that will do is help them decide which standards or which parts of standards are available. And then I think we just need to sort of have a look at, you know, and there might be a bit of thinking about this in the precise drafting of the update of 33 so that we future-proof it in a way. And that maybe is just the thing. I don't think it would take much, but we just need to think about that so that it's clearly tying together for people. Okay, so I think with that, I think we hear the cautions from the board in terms of less is more, consistency, and so on. And that does underline this is going to be really important. We just need to make sure it's absolutely clear for people. Christoph, back to you or to Sajida?
Thank you, Chair and members, for the inputs and the comments. And I'll be happy to pass it to Christoph for the next item then.
Thank you, Sajida. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of the paper, we are addressing the second issue that we noted coming through from constituents in the application of IPSAS 33. And essentially, we are addressing the project brief key issue number 2, which identified that there is deferred recognition and measurement along with disclosure by entities during the transition period. And this creates compliance difficulties, especially in the final year of transition, which coupled with the delay in the development of suitable financial and accounting reporting measures contributes to a lack of potential full compliance with IPSAS at the end of that transition period. The task force also noted that this procrastination and the feeling that the third year of transition is too short to comply was likely caused by how the language in IPSAS 33 is currently communicating. And in particular, we note that the language currently used is an entity is not required to recognize, measure, disclose, etc. within a period of 3 years. Therefore, the seemingly allowance to wait till the 11th hour. So the task force considered options as we included in paragraph 7 of the paper, and based on the benefits of the options that were considered, we landed on option C, and that was to continue to amend IPSAS 33. In particular, in this instance, in the authoritative text, to specifically look at the text where it talks about not required within 3 years, and to change that so that entities are encouraged to take or may take advantage of the exemption within the 3-year transition period, rather than to say not required and therefore deferring compliance towards the end. We believe as a task force that this is expected to clarify the use of the exemptions and likely to resolve this misunderstanding that IPSAS 33 support deferral of accounting to the 11th hour. We also expect that this amendment with support in the IGs will encourage entities to consider the allowed exemptions and whether or not those exemptions indeed need to be used. That's not the purpose of IPSAS 33, that all exemptions should be used, but they are available. And then if full compliance will be possible during the transition period, and that is all aimed at providing useful information to the users. The task force then agreed that entities should comply with IPSAS as soon as possible and after the date of adoption, and this should be encouraged through the IGs. And with that, the task force then recommends to the IPSASB to amend IPSAS 33 text as noted. The final phrasing of the text will be brought to the board, but this is currently where we are thinking, and obviously revisit the IGs to encourage more incremental approach to compliance, and that as soon as possible. Chair, I hand back to you for comments.
Thank you, Christoph. I think it's interesting. It's quite a subtle change in wording, but potentially it does have a very important and a very important perspective. And certainly actually seeing it, I think that changed my thinking in terms of what IPSAS 33 was about, that it's about exemptions, that you want people to use the standards, and this is just about exemptions during that initial period. So you don't have to take advantage of 33. So any thoughts on that? Andrew, go ahead.
Sorry, so I agree with the direction. It was just a word of caution that on some of the exemptions, when you read the wording, it appears like there's not an end date. So at the moment, it says you're not required within the 3 years to use the full IPSAS. So it's clear that at the end of the 3 years, I've got to go to full IPSAS. Now, when we phrase it, it sounds like you can take advantage of the exemption during the 3 years, but it's not clear that it has to stop at the end of the 3 years. It doesn't apply to all of them, but when I did read some of them, it sounded like, oh, well, I can adopt this and it's an evergreen thing. So just to check that on some of the wording.
Okay, But I mean, it's clear it's a transition period. So without wanting to overcomplicate the wording, I think maybe, okay, just have a look if there's anything else, but I wouldn't want to kind of put a lot of extra wording in, because then that will create problems in itself.
So as I say, it doesn't exist for all of it, but it's just some of it. Because it says during the 3-year transition period, you can elect to use the exemption. So it's all right, I've got 3 years to decide to use the exemption, but it doesn't then expire. But as I say, some of them it reads 100% fine. It's just some of them that it put it out in my mind.
Okay, so be consistent all the way through in that. Yeah. Okay. Adrian.
Thank you. Well, I think the direction is right. And it's good that we have a wording that encourages the adopters to get prepared in the best way. But I think that if we keep the wording may take advantage, it's not really an encouragement. It's just an open door. So I would prefer that we word it should take advantage, in the sense that if they get prepared earlier, anytime they are ready to get rid of those exemptions or to take those exemptions, they should do it.
I think it's an English thing, actually, in terms of the idea is that actually when you implement IPSAS, you should use the actual standard. So you should use accounting for revenue IPSAS 47. This is just a permitted exemption during the 3-year period. So the emphasis is on, and this is where I think it changed my view seeing this, was actually, no, really, we want you to use the standard from day one. If you've got a particular problem in an area, then you may use this to help you prepare. Ross?
Yeah, not much to add. I agree. I don't think we want to encourage people to use the exemptions. They're there if needed for a transitional period to help people get on full IPSAS. But if they have the information at the beginning of the period, they might not want to take all the exemptions, and the exemptions wouldn't be helpful. So I don't think it'd be the right direction to actually encourage people to take the exemptions. So I'd leave the wording similar and more neutral.
I think that what this does is, previously it looked like you should take advantage of the exemptions, whereas this is flipping it around the other way.
No, it doesn't say they should. I'm not saying they should take advantage of the exemption. They should take advantage of that period to, as soon as possible, do not make use of the exemptions. This is the idea.
Yeah, I think we're arguing over English here, actually. And David, maybe help some.
Thank you. I mean, I know Scott's already given us some alternative wording to consider, which sort of aligns with what Hervé Adrienne is saying, and the task force and staff will take it away and look at it. I mean, as we said earlier, or as Christophe said, the wording hasn't actually been settled. It's the principle, as Ross says, we would expect and encourage a first-time adopter to adopt it all at once. IPSAS 33 is only there to allow exemptions for a 3-year period, as stated in AG2, if a first-time adopter needs to take advantage of it. I mean, the hope is, of course, that a first-time adopter would have planned and prepared sufficiently so that they don't really need to take advantage. But the board at this previous discussions on when IPSAS 33 was developed, decided that a 3-year exemption period would be allowable, and the task force sees no new reasons to abandon that. But as Ian says, what we wanted to do was flip it, so that rather than these people, I mean, Christophe talked about the 11th hour, I would actually say some of them leave it to the 12th hour. So rather than that, we want to encourage them to incrementally adopt, so that during the transition period, you get fewer and fewer exemptions being applied. So at the end of the 3 years, they're fully compliant. And that's what we're aiming for.
So I think probably in terms of the sense of what we're trying to encourage, I think actually we probably are all in the same place. And I think that's probably, I think it's quite interesting actually in terms of what I would encourage the task force to do is to work on the wording and the explanation in BCs as well, based on the discussion that we've had. And actually then I would also suggest that you try that wording out with Hervé Adrien to make sure that that does come over clearly in terms of what we're trying to do here. Because I think as I say, I hadn't really seen it that way before, and actually this is quite an eye-opener for me, actually. So, I think it is a subtle change, but I think it's a really important one. Okay. So yes to the sense, but we need to work on the wording and the explanation. Okay. Christophe, back to you.
I think we are good. I thought Abdullah was having something.
Did you want to come in, Abdullah?
Yeah, I was gonna say we will take it away and we will come up with something, as long as we are moving away from not required, because that was in a couple of instances that we are coming across with the leading accounting firms. They consulted their global technical teams with not required because entities within my jurisdiction, they delayed the recognition of certain assets and liability, even though they did all the work, they did all the accounting work, but they didn't want to include it in their financial statements, in their transitional financial statements. And they based that on the not required to. Leading accounting firm, they consulted their global team, and they came back with saying, as long as you're not required, you can, there is nothing is forcing you to include it in there. So as long as we are moving from not required, we can have encouraged, we can have other terms, but we'll definitely work with Hervé Adrien and the task force team, and we'll come up with something.
Thanks, Abdullah, for providing the color on that one. So I think, Lucy, if it's okay, I think we're going to need to see the drafting back, and then we'll have a further discussion if that's okay. So can we move on then to the next item?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so back to Sajida.
Thank you, Christophe. I will now discuss agenda item 11.2.3 on the proposed implementation guidance. The task force identified a need to enhance the understanding of IPSAS 33 by adding additional implementation guidance using a topic approach as set out in Appendix 1 of this agenda item, using a question and answer structure. Sorry. The table of this slide presents a summary of the project for which the new implementation guidance will be developed, and the topics where there is currently no need because the existing guidance is clear. Can we get the next slide, please? The existing ID will also be restructured to use the Q&A approach. However, as some members noted to us offline as well, we will need to consider how to phase the questions for each of the existing IDs and consider them concurrent with the new IDs as a comprehensive package of non-authoritative guidance. And to support the IPSASB, the task force agreed that the detailed review of these IDs will be developed by staff and should be delegated to the task force. The task force recommends to the IPSASB to improve in principle the approach and structure of the ID development and delegate the review of IDs to the task force. Please, I will hand it to the chair for inputs.
Thank you, Sajida. And I think this area is interesting because it does show how much our approach has actually evolved since we approved IPSAS 33 and the power of the way in which we're structuring IGs now. And I would note that I think the proposed approach is consistent with how we've used task forces to work on non-authoritative material. And what that means is that the task force can take the time to develop the drafting. It can then come back by exception into the board meeting, so that when we come back and have a look at this, board members can bring up anything that they want to by exception. So that delegation is just to develop the material we can discuss as appropriate when it comes back. Claudia.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the approach. I just want to remind that formulating the EGs, they should still principle and not rules. A few of the drafting we saw in the papers seems very directive. So sometimes I'm missing a wording like generally. So it's just one rule fits all. And we should make clear that it's a guidance or some supporting, and that's not really comes to rules.
Thanks, Claudia. That's a very good reminder. Any other comments? Okay. So to you, Christoph.
Thank you, members and chair. And finally, I will give it to the Christoph for the final item.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have rehearsed our correlation here, so we just want to close it out properly. So to the last item, I think in conclusion, we are asking in agenda item 11.2.4 the board to consider the drafting as it currently is in ED. We acknowledge that this is a second time that the board will be seeing the drafting of the authoritative text as it is now, but we did not ask in the past for any page slip, and knowing that we are trying to bring this ED to the board for approval in June, that there will not be another time for the board to have considered the full extent of the text. So just a reminder of what has changed since December. There has been further reorganization between the authoritative text and between core text and application guidance, simply to continue to enhance the usefulness of the standard in terms of deleting duplications and moving items that belong in the application guidance as part of the exemption process that is allowed in the standard. As well as the rephrasing that we have already introduced, as you have noted, further to our earlier agenda item 2.2, and then obviously other amendments for clarity, etc., and some more editorial moments. So I think we are also acknowledging that there is continuing development on two specific areas, and that is on entity combinations as well as financial instruments. Both are quite complex areas in terms of transitioning to IPSAS, especially in 33 in the context of entities as well as consolidation. So those are being worked on still. But we are asking the board and your networks if there are any specific experience in this regard to please give us any comments that you may have offline, and we'll ventilate that through the task force as well. So in that regard, we are asking the board to consider the authoritative text organization in principle, that this is the approach that we have taken to move a text from the IPSAS 33, where everything was seemingly core text, into core text and application guidance, as we have proposed also in December. And then with your permission, Chair, to do then a consideration section by section of what we have put in as agenda item 11.3.1, which was separately shared. And of course, we are open as task force and staff for any direction that the board may give us in the interim, since we are moving only to June now and we might not be speaking to each other in the interim. So yeah, thank you to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Christoph. So in a moment, we will walk through page by page. I just want to check whether there are any overall comments at this stage before we move into the page by page. As we've noted, this very much reflects our approach, our current approach in terms of standards compared with how we were back in whenever it was we approved 33 first off. Okay, so I think, Ross, if you can lead us through page by page, which then allows staff to take notes as we go through.
Yes, so this is 11.3.1 in your paper package. So this is the draft exposure draft related to IPSAS 33. So I'm just giving everyone a second to open it up. Just a note for the page by page, you don't have to pass the editorials along. You can send those to staff. It's the point of principles related to any of the changes that you want to discuss. So starting on page 1, the first section, objective. No changes there proposed.
Yes, I noticed that it stated that the reference is IPSAS IFRS 1.1 and it was adopted. But if you read the objective from paragraph 1 and then to C, I think there is a missing. It says there that high quality information that where the benefits are expected to exceed the cost. When I refer to IFRS 1, what was missing here is that can be generated where the benefits are expected to exceed the cost. So I suggest that we rephrase paragraph 1C so that it can be read as from paragraph 1, high quality information that can be generated where the benefits are expected to exceed the costs. Thank you.
Ross.
So I think this has already been adapted from IFRS 1 and the changes were agreed by the board when it was approved in 2013. So I don't think where the scope of this project is to look paragraph by paragraph and go back to IFRS and reconsider whether we're going to move back to their wording. So.
Sorry, if you read it now, the objective of this standard is to ensure that the entity's first IPSAS financial statements contain high quality information that then we go to see
so
where
it doesn't
the benefits.
It doesn't quite read right. So I think
there's
just a little bit of editorial there.
Because in IFRS 1, paragraph 1, it says can be generated. That can be generated where the benefits are expected to exceed the cost. Thank you.
Okay, so just a bit of editorial there to just fix that. Yeah, okay.
So moving on to scope. This runs through the bottom of page 1 into page 2.
Claudia.
There was modification on the scope paragraph 2 and 7. And now when I'm reading, it didn't fit really together. In the scope section, in paragraph 2, it's mentioned that's the first IPSAS statement. It sounds like a little bit. And on 7, we get at the end, oh no, it's only IPSAS compliance when you have all IPSAS used. So I would it combine a little bit better, because maybe in the second statement and not on 7. So I think it should be reviewed.
Yeah, I think that's a good spot, Claudia, and it's also that sense of the discussion that we've just had as well, that use of the term shall. So if we can instruct staff to review those two, but also in the context of the discussion that we've also already had. Okay, thanks, Claudia.
So moving on to definitions, page 3.
Claudia, is you still in? Sorry. Okay. Over here, Adrian. Okay.
Sorry, I was late on paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 creates a link with paragraph 22. And I've always been uncomfortable with the wording of that, because it says a disclosure of information about the transitional exemptions, which relates in paragraph 22, I guess, with the providing information of the effect of the adoption of exemptions on the fair presentation and the financial position, etc. But then it says progress towards fair presentation and compliance. And if we want to encourage adopters not to make use too much of exemptions, it would make sense that the users are informed not of progress, but of the course of action towards the fair presentation. So maybe something would just echo that.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's that kind of actually plan to do it. What are you planning to do, rather than the cliff edge point? So I think we can strengthen that just in accordance with that. Thanks for that spot.
So back to definitions, page 3. Into page 4. Recognition and measurement. Opening statement of financial position on adoption of IPSAS. Accounting policies. Exceptions to retrospective application of IPSAS. That takes us into page 5. Estimates. At the bottom of page 5, presentation and disclosure. Page 6. Exemptions from disclosure requirements in IPSAS during the transition period. Explanation of transition to IPSAS. Reconciliations, paragraph 23. That takes us through to page 7. Bottom of page 7, we have transitional provisions and other IPSAS. Into page 8, effective date. Withdrawal of IPSAS issued in 2015 of IPSAS 33. That takes us into page 9, where we start the application guidance. Objective and scope. Exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual IPSAS during the transition period. Page 10. Exemptions that do not affect fair presentation during the transition period. Definitions at the bottom of page 10. Page 11. Page 12, financial statements. At the bottom of page 12, exemptions that do not affect fair presentation and compliance during the transition period. And then comparative information takes us into page 13. That continues on to page 14. Non-IPSAS comparative information. Non-IPSAS historical summaries. At the bottom of page 14, general principles that continue into page 15. IPSAS 3. Exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual IPSAS during transition period. Bottom of page 15 into 16. Page 16, exemptions that do not affect fair presentation and compliance during the transition period. Takes us through to page 17. IPSAS 10, severe hyperinflation. through to the top of page 18, IPSAS 46, use of current value as deemed cost. Use of deemed cost for investments in subsidiaries, joint ventures, and associates. Use of deemed cost to measure assets acquired through a non-exchange transaction. And that takes us to the top of page 19. Use of deemed cost after severe hyperinflation. Accounting boundaries. Exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual IPSAS during the transition period. IPSAS 34. That takes us to the top of page 20. Into page 21. IPSAS 36. Takes us through to page 22, IPSAS 40. Takes us to exemptions that do not affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual-based IPSAS during the transition period, IPSAS 37. Takes us through to page 23, non-financial assets. Takes us to exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual IPSAS during the transition period, recognition and measurement of non-financial assets. Page 24, IPSAS 5. Page 25, IPSAS 21 and IPSAS 26. That takes us through to page 26, IPSAS 31, IPSAS 45. That takes us through to page 27 and into page 28, financial assets and liabilities. Exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual IPSAS during the transition period. Takes us through to page 29, IPSAS 28 and IPSAS 30, IPSAS 41, into page 30, derecognition of financial assets and liabilities, hedge accounting, takes us to page 32, classification and measurement of financial instruments at the bottom of page 32. Takes us through to impairment of financial assets. Takes us through to page 34, revenue and transfers. Exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance.
Oh, sorry, Claudia.
Was heavily get it at the right moment. So it belongs to revenue and transfers. I don't understand why we have the transfer expense combined with the revenue in this paragraph. When you're going to the next page where we have the title, it's called expenses and non-financial liabilities. It makes for me more sense to include transfer expenses to expenses instead of to the revenue. Otherwise, we should make more clear that transfer expenses are not included in the expenses, because otherwise I wouldn't have looked in the capital or in the chapter of revenue and transfers.
I mean, this was a change that was made. I mean, there are some subjective decisions in which grouping standards go, and actually this one came out of a debate that was actually had in terms of trying to line up the groupings we were using with the way in which the World Bank Pulse methodology actually works. So the reason why it was made was actually because it wasn't, you know, there were arguments backwards and forwards. So we made it to make sure that the practical tool actually lines up with our groupings. So yeah, that's the real reason. So we don't want to move out of alignment, yeah, and that very much helped them, and it's an important practical tool. So that was why we did it. If that's okay.
So moving along, I think we were moving on to page 35. IPSAS 48 takes us through to page 36, expenses and non-financial liabilities. Exemptions that affect fair presentation and compliance with IPSAS during transition period, IPSAS 19, halfway down page 36. Into page 37. Exemptions that do not affect fair presentation and compliance with IPSAS during transition period, IPSAS 32, initial measurement of related liability. Takes us to the top of page 38. IPSAS 39, defined pension plans and other long-term employee benefits. Takes us through to page 39. IPSAS 42. IPSAS 43 at the bottom of page 39. Takes us through page 40 into page 41. Disclosure and other standards. Takes us through page 41 into page 42. To the top of page 43. Exemptions that do not affect fair presentation and compliance with accrual IPSAS during the period. IPSAS 18, IPSAS 20. That takes us to page 44, which hasn't been developed yet. Page 45 and 46. That's it.
Okay. So thank you very much for that. I think that shows the volume of material that there is in this standard and how actually the revised structure will help people work their way through what may be appropriate in their circumstances. Christoph, back to you.
Chair, Lucy, sorry.
Just a question. Depending on where we land, whether we will use is not required or may take advantage, so there'll be a consequential amendment, for instance, in IPSAS 45, paragraph 36, which stated that it is first-time adopters is not required. So there will be consequential amendments.
Yeah, I think that is part of the consideration that we will do in terms of this ED and how other standards. I've referred back to it again. So when we did 45, 46, etc., it changed IPSAS 33, and now we're changing IPSAS 33 again. So yeah.
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry. In the draft ED, in the present draft ED, there's no specific topic for consequential amendments. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that spot. Christoph?
Chair, that's all from our side. Sajida and the team, thank you very much for being here and for joining me up front, and to the members for their comments.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. So in terms of next steps then, the next time we see this back, it will be in the formal exposure draft format rather than the 3-column format that shows where the reasons for changes. There will be amendments to reflect the discussions that we've had today. We will also see the basis for conclusions and the proposed IGs. So we'll review the changes made to the core material. We'll review the basis for conclusions, and by exception, we'll review the IG material that's available. But looking to Abdullah, maybe from the point of view of the work the task force needs to do, you believe that this should be ready for us to look to approve in June?
Yeah, that was the thinking, and we definitely arranged our timing and our meetings from now until June to bring the exposure draft in June, hopefully.
Okay, that's good. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for the work that's gone into this. I do think we will have a much better product to put out for consultation. So with that takes us through the IPSAS 33 limited scope update. Just looking to Leah, we're okay. So I'm going to suggest that we break now before we start the item on presentation of financial statements. So if we can be back at 10:40 New York time, please.
work. So
Check, check, check.
Okay, so as you can see, we've got a slide up in terms of we're trying to take advantage of being ahead on the taking the break to do a bit of reorganization, and as we flagged, up front to respond to requests from members to try and fit in an in-camera session today, and I think that's going to be very important. Yeah, I mean, that, Ross, do you want to just walk through that in terms of how we're proposing the schedule would run?
Yeah, thanks. So again, there's some flexibility in the day, but this is how we kind of see it playing out based on how we think the discussions will go on presentation of financial statements. So from now till 11:45, we'll go through the agenda papers that each of the agenda papers to get feedback from staff. We'll then end that session with an introduction to the breakout sessions. The breakout session information is similar to yesterday. There's on the wall there telling people where to go. And then we'll go into breakout discussions from 11:45 till 12:25. Then back here in the room for 12:25 for 20 minutes of report back, and that'll be 5 minutes per group. So we'll have to keep it relatively short and sweet, concise and to the point. Then we'll go quickly into the program technical director's report update, and that shouldn't take any more than 15 minutes and can probably even go a little quicker. Then we'll go into our lunch break, which we're going to try and condense to about 45 minutes. And then coming back from lunch, it'll be board only for an in-camera session. And similar to Monday, we'll have 45 minutes more if needed for in-camera, but we realize people have travel plans and want to get to the airport. And we've heard that those flying out of JFK need more time than usual because of some ongoing roadworks even today. So people have been told to get there at least 3 hours before. The last point I'd like to make is I'd just like to comment on the sharp-dressed Hervé Adrien in his Tommy Bahama shirt that he seems to have listened to me and went shopping. And so if you didn't notice, make sure you check out at lunch his very fashionable Tommy Bahama shirt. Yeah, so good job, Hervé Adrien.
Friends, okay. So I think Anthony, follow that, as they say. So pass over to Anthony to kick off the item on presentation of financial statements.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members, technical advisors and observers. Always nice to be back at the table. The good news is we have arrived at the last technical session of this meeting. Maybe the bad news is this session is going to be holding you back from lunch, but I feel like that might be added motivation. As we all know, how information is communicated in financial statements or how information is presented in financial statement is a key topic of interest across all areas of the public sector and all levels of the public sector. So I first want to thank board members and TAs, technical advisors, that have provided feedback to me before and during the meeting. That is always incredibly useful and much appreciated. So just a few introductory slides, and then we'll get into the issues papers. So I'm just going to start with a few introductory comments, and then we'll walk through the issues papers, which address a selection of general presentation requirements as currently provided in IPSASB 1. The idea was to tick off a few relatively easier items this meeting. We've definitely got some more heavy lifting to do in June at September, and we are looking forward to getting into more of the meaty discussion topics when we get into what do the financial statements, the different approaches actually look like. We just want to tick off a few items this meeting. And then myself and Mark will provide an introduction into the breakout session, which is focused on the presentation of revenue and expense items outside the statement of financial performance. Generally, they are the unrealized gains and losses. How should they be presented going forward? And talking about the IFRS approach, the GFS approach, and talking about our current IPSASB approach for presenting those types of items that sit outside the statement of financial performance. First, just wanted to start sort of to centre us and get us back into the topic of what we're talking about. A quick overview of the project and the objective to develop a new IPSASB. So we keep underlining that we are developing a new IPSASB, but we are starting with improving and updating a current version. But we will be developing a whole new refreshed standard that gives us lots of opportunities to do all sorts of different things. And there's probably a prime reason why we've got an illustrative exposure draft as part of the consultation paper phase of this project. I think one of the most important things is to keep reminding ourselves is what is presentation. This is a topic, and we heard it in the project brief, and we got the warning from the board. We could go in all sorts of directions, and we could cover all sorts of topics, but we are focused on presentation. which is the selection, location, and organisation of information in financial statements. So we know that the individual IPSAS standards include, I'd like to have the volume of standards in front of me, a huge volume of requirements and disclosures. So how do we provide all that information in a coherent way in the set of financial statements? That's what we're focused on, and remembering that the actual requirements are in all the other standards. Just reminding ourselves of the project drivers, and we are seeking to maintain consistency with the IPSASB conceptual framework, alignment with IFRS to the extent appropriate for the public sector, and just the news of IFRS 18, we're waiting for that standard. The ISB have been communicating repeatedly and publicly that IFRS 18, their new presentation standard, will be published in April this year, so next month. They're very confident about that. They've set a hard deadline for that. And they've said it in various webinars over the last couple of months, that April date. So we have held back some work that we've been doing. We're doing a lot of work over the last quarter, comparing. We've got a very near final version of draft IFRS 18, and we can't share that publicly yet, but we have been doing the background work as staff, comparing that to the existing requirements in IPSAS 1. It's going to make it much easier to talk about that next meeting when we've got a final published standard from the ISB. Reducing to the extent possible unnecessary differences with GFS. I feel this is a project where we really get to challenge that. That is an objective in our strategy, IPSASB strategy. It's nothing new, but in this project, we really ask ourselves, what does that really mean, reducing unnecessary differences with GFS, and how far can we actually go with that concept? And we'll hear a bit about that today, where Mark will be presenting on GFS before the breakout session. So we look forward to that. And of course, addressing any public sector specific issues. And I quickly follow that up with saying, focus on public sector user needs. That's an overarching objective through everything. So just what I am thinking about in this project, and just reminding you, so you know it's not missing, but it's coming, is the key topics which, in my mind, we're working through, is the general presentation principles that we've got in the current standard and the extent they need updating. So we have got materiality, which will come next meeting, offsetting, other general presentation requirements. And then the structure of the financial statements, and we touch on an aspect, just one aspect of that structure of this meeting, being those items that are presented outside the statement of financial performance. And then we get into all the other topics, which we have touched on, had breakout sessions on already, but that we're looking forward to getting into. Categorization of information, the extent of aggregation, disaggregation, principles around that. Do we need additional subtotals? Mandatory line items. I know we're going to have different views on that. And then finally, the extent to which we allow or permit different disclosures of management defined performance measures. So really the message is that's all coming, but we're just focused on a few areas that we can tick off this meeting. In terms of project management, agenda item 12.2.1, no question on this agenda item, no feedback needed. It's just for your information. Really, my main point is highlighting we've got some big topics coming up, and we've got quite a heavy load through June and September, and definitely looking forward to working together with the task force. And we will definitely be on the CAG agenda for June, bringing this topic to them. So with that, before we move into the issues papers, I'll just check in with the chair.
Thanks, Anthony. Very good overview. Any thoughts or comments before we start to move into the detail? Yeah, Lynn.
It was just whether or not, and we won't know until we get in. I accept we won't know until we get into it in more detail, but I guess, is the project timescale ambitious enough? Was my observation at June 2025 for an ED feels a very long time away still. And I guess the challenge is, could we make that a bit sooner to show that we are a bit more timely in getting things out?
I mean, I think, if you like, if we get there earlier, then that's fine. I think one of the things that we're conscious of is that we've got a lot of other pressure on agenda time, not least on sustainability reporting, you know, and also we know we've got quite a lot of work still to do on natural resources. So I think, you know, if you like, regard that as the sort of longest it will take. And I think we will keep that under review, as you say. You know, I mean, I think it really just depends on, you know, I want to, as we're, you know, at the early stages, this is trying to make sure we have sufficient time. So, yeah, we'll keep it under review. Any other thoughts or comments before we move into the agenda papers? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll work through now, I think 3 or 4 issues papers, picking up particular specific topics. The first, under 12.2.2, is the definitions of financial statement elements. And IPSAS 1 provides that the fair presentation of financial statements is achieved by the faithful representation of the transactions, events and conditions in accordance with the definitions and the recognition criteria for assets, liabilities, revenue and expenses. So we have got a question around what we do with these definitions in the new IPSAS to replace IPSAS 1. They are, the financial statement elements are included in the current IPSAS 1. The IASB takes a different approach and does not include them, and instead references the definitions and the recognition criteria as provided in their conceptual framework. That is nothing new. That's been in place for a while. So the IPSASB have taken a different approach for the last 7 to 8 years. So this isn't not a new outcome. The staff view is that we feel that it is important that the definitions be provided in the standards, being the authoritative documents, and that those standards be aligned as much as possible with the conceptual framework, which has been recently updated, including the definitions. So I'm working through this agenda item, and I have received useful feedback from board members beforehand. I'm going to be splitting it into 2 questions, and the 2 questions are questions of principle. I don't want to get stuck into drafting of the definitions at this meeting. I welcome comments after the meeting, but I don't want to get stuck into drafting now. But the 2 questions of principle is, 1, do you agree that these definitions should be included in the new standard to replace IPSAS 1? First question. And then the second question is, if we say yes to that, do you agree that they should be aligned or consistent with the definitions in the conceptual framework, in the IPSASB's conceptual framework? So I thought, before we go into question 1, first just get a hand across to Ross and explain how we currently deal with definitions in the IPSAS suite.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. And it's a slight difference from the IFRS approach, so we thought it'd be useful just to spend a bit of a time. So our definitions have always been in the beginning paragraphs of each of our standard. And as you move through the suite of IPSAS, the definitions build up. And we do sometimes have multiple definitions for the same term, where it's constrained to one standard will define it, as opposed to the ISB, where they've moved their definitions out of the front of their standards and into appendices at the back. And in some cases, they're cross-referencing the conceptual framework. Since 2014, when we approved the conceptual framework, when we need a definition or a concept from the conceptual framework, we bring that into our actual standard to make it authoritative. Because the board was clear when it approved the original conceptual framework and the revised version of the conceptual framework in 2023, that it's a non-authoritative document for the board to use in its standard setting activity. So as we develop new standards, when we need those concepts, we import them into IPSAS to create the concepts that are authoritative in IPSAS. So with the proposals that Anthony's making, we want to continue that trend. So we do not want to take the ISB approach of referencing definitions in the conceptual framework directly. We take them from the framework, we modify it as needed, and put them in a specific standard. Now, the IPSAS-1 definitions are the general definitions for elements, but there are specific guidance in the IPSAS that give a more specific definition sometimes. So liability is a good one. So IPSAS 19 has also defined a liability more prescriptively for provisions in IPSAS 1. So if you're generally looking for a general definition of a liability, you can look in IPSAS 1 now, if there's no other specific IPSAS to give you guidance on that. However, I just wanted to make that point because that's a slight difference from IFRS. And again, we have a full suite of standards now for most transactions. We have specific guidance with specific definitions to be applied. So with that, I'll stop my intervention and turn it back to Ian.
Okay. So here we're not talking about any comments on the definitions as such. We're just we wanted to get members' views on the overall approach in terms of developing the new IPSAS and consistency. Andrew.
Thanks. So Ross, take note of what you've said around the IPSASB's methodology around including the definitions in IPSAS 1. I'm not convinced necessarily of the public sector reason to depart. And I guess on the IFRS side, there's exceptionally few areas where they actually refer to the definition of an asset or liability, for example, throughout their literature. So it's not in IS1, it's not in the bulk of the standards. I can think, for example, of intangibles where there is perhaps a reference there. But I think it's exceptionally limited, and it's really by exception it's got there. And I think the design for that is the concepts and the conceptual framework are supposed to be for the board to use to set out its standards, rather than for those to actually be authoritative. By us including the definitions of these items in IPSAS 1 and making them authoritative, it does mean that constituents would be able to use these as is without necessarily the adaptations that we would do or the contextualizations we would do in each of the underlying standards. For example, PPE, natural resources, and IPSAS 19, as you state. Where we take those, we apply it to that particular economic phenomenon that's happening, and set out then the appropriate recognition and measurement criteria thereafter. The harm, I think, if we do this is that that approach that the board would use the tools for is potentially circumvented, and the recognition criteria as well are not necessarily always translated into IPSAS 1. It's just the definitions that come through. That does create a potential issue where constituents could go to IPSAS 1 and say, well, I do meet the definition of an asset or a liability. The recognition criteria are not there, so I do bring this on and recognize this in my financial statements. Contingent liability, would be one, for example, and it's not limited to that, because if you look at the new definitions of assets and liabilities, pretty much anything can get in there because we've removed the probability criteria that was there before. So I think before we didn't have the issue because there was that probability sort of a threshold before you got to what the definition of an asset and liability is that prevented the recognition. And so I think we didn't have the issue of the potential conflict. By removing that and included in the recognition criteria and we bring the definitions in, I think we do now create this conflict where there is now scope to start bringing in other assets and liabilities and using IPSAS 1 as the authoritative source to now recognize these in our financial statements. So for that reason, I would not be supportive of continuing the approach that we've had in the past.
So just to be clear, Andrew, you see a problem with the liability definition, but then the question becomes, is that sufficient to basically upend everything that we've got at the moment? Because that's what I'm hearing at the moment. And I think this is quite fundamental. And I think actually, unless there's a real problem, and I think the one you're presenting is on liabilities, I think there's got to be a really good reason to suddenly change the entire approach that we're taking. And it potentially drastically increases the scope of this project.
So if I can come back on that, it's not just liability. I use the example of a liability here, but I think because we've removed the probability criteria, it can apply to assets and liabilities on a much further reaching scale. So natural resources, if you were to take, for example, certain mineral resources or certain of these items that we think cannot be reliably measurable, well, they do still meet the definition of an asset. They're just not reliably measurable. So the natural resource standard would say you can't recognize them because they're not reliably measurable, but they meet the definition. Because here we've only got the definition and not the recognition criteria, that would create an issue for the asset and the liability side as well. And if you've got an issue in the asset and the liabilities, those naturally flow into income and expense. So I think it creates an issue across the full suite of definitions.
I'll take other comments at this stage because I'm sorry, I'm not convinced that there's a general issue here because we have a reasonably complete suite of specific standards. And, you know, that operates already with our existing IPSAS 1. So I think I have to be really convinced that there is a significant issue to make the sort of major change that you are proposing here. Liang.
Thanks, Chair. I also hold the view that unless we find a big problem to keep the definition in the IPSAS presentation of financial statement, if we do not find a big issue, I would recommend to keep this definition in this standard. For me, actually, when we discuss about presentation of financial statement, actually, it is commonly, maybe you should have the definition of asset liability because this is a line item in the financial statement. So I think it is a good way for us as a standard, as a standard of presentation of financial statement that we keep these definitions. I don't think to follow the ISB approach is the major consideration for us that we should consider for our standard if our approach in the past worked well. So I would suggest that unless we find a big issue for our previous approach, we should still stick to our previous approach. Thank you.
So we've got two distinct views expressed. So I want to just get reactions from other board members at this stage. So I'm going to go to Claudia.
Thank you. I would agree with what Liang said. We had an approach in the past. We haven't heard so far that there is an issue then. When I remember, the presentation of financial statement has a CP. So why we include them in saying we're following the way and make a question to the stakeholders, did they agree with them? I think that's the most pragmatic way than deleting them, because that's confusing the stakeholders, why we don't need any assets, why it's now the conceptual framework is authoritative. And I don't see if we get more when we delete them.
Thanks, Claudia. Patricia.
In terms of consistency, when I was analyzing this paper, I think about how to make the consistent among the IPSAS, because some IPSAS was elaborated based on this definition. In other IPSAS, like for example, IPSAS 47 and 48 was the changing in liabilities definition is derived from the IPSAS 48, for example. I think we have a question of consistency, because we need to analyze the IPSAS and understand it's there is an alignment with the new definition too. In some instance, I think this decision requires an analysis of other IPSAS too. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Scott?
Yeah, thank you. I may not totally understand your point, Andrew, but let me, because we have existing standards that are out there, you would go to those standards if you're looking for those definitions because we've incorporated them. So all we're talking about is areas where we don't have guidance. I think under a hierarchy, you could get there already because you could drop down to the conceptual framework anyway. So if there are issues out there that we believe are going on that are inappropriate, we have hopefully an application group or other way to deal with those. So I don't see this puts us in a different position than we're sort of already in. So I may not understand your point, but where I'm sitting, I'm not sure it's any different than where we are.
So I think, okay, so I'll take some more comments. So I think Evie Adrian, you were marginally in front of Renee.
Sorry, Renee. No, I was just about to say that everything is coherent. What we've done up until now is coherent. We have the conceptual framework, which is a broad, global intellectual background that defines concepts, and concepts are sort of droning above our heads. I mean, the heads of the set of IPSASes. Then we have a progressive set of IPSAS, and IPSAS 1 is the one where, elaborating on the conceptual framework, we give the basic definitions for all these elements: assets, liabilities, etc., revenue, expenses. And then, whereas it's deemed necessary, we provide different definitions or different uses of those basic concepts. I think this is very coherent. I don't see any reason to drift away from that. I mean, it's proven by experience that it is robust.
Thanks, Adrian. Renee and then Lynn.
Yes, thank you. So, Andrew, I take your point, and I was trying in my head to figure out what is the new added elevated risk. And in a lot of the standards where we do refer to recognition of assets, there is additional guidance on the recognition criteria. It is not just about meeting the asset. For example, in natural resource, we need to meet the asset definition, but we also need to meet the recognition criteria. So Scott, I think you articulated very clearly the thoughts I was trying to organize in my own mind. So I don't necessarily see the risk. That's where I'm at this point.
Thanks, Renee. Lynn.
So I can see both sides of this argument, which doesn't necessarily help us. However, I think we have to land on one proposed approach in the CP and ask a question to see then if Andrew's, to my mind, to see if Andrew's concerns are widespread, because what we want to end up doing is something that helps our constituents. And if by continuing with what we have done but putting the new definitions in is not helpful to our constituents, and I think we should hear that and action it. It got me thinking also, though, the questions we ask in the CP, we need to think what questions we ask, because we don't want to ask a question to get a load of responses back asking us to reopen definitions, because we've only just consulted and agreed on the conceptual framework definitions. So we don't want to create a new problem for ourselves, it seems to me. So I think whilst I can see both sides of the arguments, if we stick with what staff are proposing, i.e. to bring the definitions into IPSAS 1, I think the question we need to ask our constituents is, do they agree in principle on bringing the definitions from the conceptual framework in. It's not a question about, do you agree with these definitions being applicable to IPSAS 1?
Thanks, Lynn. So, I mean, I think from the comments I've heard so far, I think members, I think that Lynn's summary is a good one in terms of the way forward, because we are at the stage of developing a consultation paper. The idea behind having the illustrative exposure draft is because in many respects, this is quite a granular topic. Actually, it gives them an opportunity to see how the whole standard might develop, and reminding members what we did with measurement, which was similarly quite detailed in many areas. We did the consultation paper with the illustrative exposure draft attached, and that actually did create quite a lot more work up front, which perhaps actually picks up Lynn's earlier point in terms of the apparently quite long time frame. Although that may be different because we'll be building from IFRS 18 when that comes out, but that does allow people to see how this works, how this would work in practice. And I think that's where, following on from both Lynn and Claudia's comments, probably what we need to do is explain, essentially, if you like, a bit of the, the kind of background that the staff have raised, but also in consultation papers, it's an opportunity to put the, a bit of the, there is an alternative approach to this, and so I think overall what I'm hearing is we should proceed with putting the new definitions in, but explaining, if you like, both sides. Then we have a preliminary view, which the board will express in terms of the direction of travel. Then ask for feedback on that approach. So I think, if you like, that's probably the way we should proceed in this. Yeah. Given what I've heard from members here. Now, there is one further point though, which is, I think, probably the point that was being raised by Patricia, and it may be then that, particularly with regard to liabilities, there's a specific issue that we need to have a look at a bit further, to see whether there's anything that needs to be done specifically in that case. And I do recognise that that is something that we need to think about. So I think in terms of, if we say, okay, that's the overall approach that we will take, but there is some specific work that we need to do to think about the liabilities area. Okay. So then if we can proceed to the second question. Yeah. I think I just want to make sure whether there are any questions specifically on those. Now, to an extent, we've just discussed liabilities, but I want to make sure whether there are any other points anybody wants to bring up on any of the other proposed definitions in terms of bringing them in from the framework. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. If we are bringing the definitions from the conceptual framework, I think there's no need for us to change definition in the revenue and expenses to refer to like revenue is the increases in the net assets bar equity position. In the conceptual framework, it refers to the net financial position. So I think I suggest that we retain the definitions that are in the conceptual framework. Thank you.
Well, that's the reason why we should substitute net assets rather than net financial position is because of, is explained in the paper. And I don't know, I know John wants to come in on this. John.
Yeah, you can't introduce the definitions of revenue and expense from the conceptual framework into standards level literature unless you debate the issue of other resources and other obligations, because the conceptual framework introduces the notion of net financial position, and net financial position takes account of other resources and other obligations. So I think that's quite fundamental. I think that probably also applies to ownership contributions and ownership distributions. So I think the only definitions that can be brought into the framework are liability and asset. And Andrew's identified the point that unlike the definitions in IPSAS 1, those framework definitions do not include any recognition criteria. And the reason for that was because the framework considers recognition separately to the definition of an asset. And there is a chapter in the framework on recognition. And that was the line I think the ISB was going down. But neither the ISB nor the IPSASB have actually aligned the approach to recognition in the framework with the approach at the standards level. You know, I realize that's rather abstruse, but I think it is quite important.
Ross.
Well, John, if you read the later papers, we're not introducing net financial position, and we've explained why. So yeah. I think this is a staff-to-staff discussion, not one to have at the board live.
I mean, frankly, what it goes back to is a compromise that the board arrived at when we were discussing the elements chapter. And in many respects, that discussion has been superseded by two things. One is the update of the framework, but linked to the two areas where we foresaw the need, possibly, or some people in the board foresaw the need to bring in this idea of other resources and other obligations, and specifically the two projects that we have recently completed were the ones which might have had to do that, which were revenue and transfer expenses. And what we did was we updated the definitions or the discussion in the framework, for example, to pick up the idea of more than one past event in respect of liabilities, and that removed the need for other resources and other obligations. So I think that's where it was a conceptual argument at the time, but we do not need that. And when you read the framework, actually, it would only be if the board decided to develop a standard that required that we would need that. There is no definition of other resources and other obligations in the framework. So it's very much unfinished business at that point in time. And it probably is not helpful to stakeholders to bring in something that was a conceptual discussion that's essentially been superseded. Renee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I don't object to that direction. When I read the paper, I felt that the rationale and the explanation was very light. And I think I would want us to be very clear and more articulated and more explicit in a BC in explaining that, so that we acknowledge that those two concepts, other resources, other obligations, are in the conceptual framework, and we have made a conscious decision to not reflect them in our presentation model, right? So they're not landing in the financial statement presentation model, because at this point we haven't considered bringing them into at the standard level. But it doesn't mean that in the future, whenever we decide to do that, if we do, then of course there would need to be some update to IPSAS 1, to the presentation model, but not at this point. So I would want this to just be clear so that our constituents get the full story.
Yeah, I think you're right on that, Renee, so that we're being absolutely clear about it. And so, you know, there's an overall discussion which we've already had, but there's the specific on this one, which is quite right. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And this is where I can claim the recycled member hat, because I was around with the debate of that we've talked about, and I think Renee's suggestion is perfect. It's just making it clear. And if you were around through that debate 10, 15, 8 years ago, I can't remember, it seems obvious, the switch, but to the new member hat that I have, the explanation. But I also just wanted to give support for the term that we're ending up with, which is net assets equity. And I think in the public sector, that is just a really useful descriptive term that will help users, because in some of our public sector entities, it's kind of equity, and others net assets makes more sense. So I just wanted to support, I think, quite a useful term, notwithstanding the sort of conceptual debate on why it's not the same as in the conceptual framework.
Thanks, Angela. Yeah, anybody that was in the discussion that we had in a former railway station in Ottawa, as it got dark, and we sat there voting on 5 different options, and all of this is described in the conceptual framework basis for conclusions. Yeah, but I think so. I think the point is very well made by Renee, that this is something that we do need to make sure is appropriately explained in the consultation paper. But then we retain, we have net assets, I think, for that reason. Okay. Any other points on definitions, proposed definitions? Okay, so I think we will need two sections in the CP that explain that, and then we proceed with to bring in the definitions as you've explained, and then there's the action points in terms of having a look at what we do on liabilities, whether there's an issue there that we need to have a look at. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Now moving to agenda item 12.2.3, and this is around bringing in requirements that have existed in the ISB literature for quite a while, but we just haven't considered it yet in the IPSASB. And this is around additional comparative information when you make a restatement of previously reported information, and that's had a material impact on your opening equity position of the comparative year. The idea that then you need to go and present what gets called a third statement of financial position. And I definitely note from feedback that I've received, well, feedback that the ISB received, and also feedback I've received over the last couple of weeks, that there is mixed views on this, and there's mixed views from a cost benefit perspective, and whether this is really needed for the public sector. The staff view is that the additional disclosures are applicable to the public sector. The public sector does have restatements that could impact your opening equity position, so we can't say it's not applicable. And we also feel that it's useful for the public sector, that there will be people that find this information provides increased transparency when you're changing previously reported published numbers in your financial statements. The next year you go back and change them. So the staff view is to include it, and another argument for including it is that allows for feedback. We can have an SMC, and if there are concerns around cost benefit, we can hear it But if we don't include it, it's very hard to get the feedback.
Okay, anybody disagree with staff on this? Claudia?
I'm not really convinced if adding one additional year with the analysis of financial statements. We have long-term financial statements on numbering and comparing and anything. So I'm not really sure if that really supports the public sector. I understand that we could include it in the CP, but I don't want to have an SMC. I would have more preliminary view if it's possible, because we have probably a different views on it, if it's really necessary or not. So.
Okay, I've got Liang and then Murray.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I don't agree to add additional column. I think the major focus for us is to see whether the stakeholder, the users of financial statement, need such information rather than to follow, such as to follow the ISB, what ISB has done. My experience is actually for the private sector when they apply the ISB standard. Actually, sometimes it is quite confused, because normally we only have 2 columns, but sometimes maybe you only made a very not very significant PYA, such as just to change accounting policy following new IFRS. Then you will show the 3rd column. Actually, people, the users of financial statements, sometimes when they see 3 columns, they may think, wow, what happened on us? Maybe it is a big change or such as a big error that you should 3 columns. But when they look into the detail of the notes, they know actually it is a very normal changing accounting policy. So I feel from my experience with stakeholder in China, in my jurisdiction, actually many people think it's quite confused. So another point I would like to make, actually people may have more interest about the current year or in the future. When they read the financial statement, they want to have their own idea about what the future will be. And in the past, maybe this is not their focus. So I don't think it is necessary for us to introduce this new requirement. In particular, in my opinion, it is not the focus of the users of financial statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. I mean, I think it illustrates we have a problem here from a point of view of we do, as a board, have a clear process where there is an appropriate IFRS pronouncement of actually to decide whether we interpret, adapt the ISB pronouncement, and that basically depends on whether there is a public sector reason for departing. And given that this requirement, notwithstanding what Liang has said in terms of it being controversial, but this requirement will be in IFRS 18. And so really, if we're not going to put it in, then I think we have to have a public sector reason why we would depart from that. So I think, if I can take comments from members, but I think it's really, is there a public sector reason why we should depart from that? So I've got Mari, then Noyati, then Renee, then Lynn.
Yes, thank you. I exactly agree with what the chair said. So the public sector specific goal is so important. And so maybe the additional comparative information is necessary. However, if it is useful for the public sector's users, and so maybe users in the public sector will have a similar need to users in the private sector to understand the nature and the amount of these prior period amendments. However, it is not the similar needs for the public sector. It is so important to have fiscal sustainability over the years for the public sector. And so it is the difference from the private sector's short-term perspective to achieve the performance. And so it is so important, not only the present for the users of present generation, but also the future generations. And so that we have to pay attention to what kind of information is useful to add the financial statements. Thank you.
Okay, so you're saying the private sector reason, the public sector reason to depart is more because of the longer term perspective. I'm not sure that takes away from the short term, which is, I could argue the other way, which is actually accountability in terms of, because certainly if you look at RPG1, the key point is what does the current balance sheet actually show, and therefore actually understanding what the impact of the change was on that balance sheet actually could be argued. So I go to Noyati, and then Renee and Lynn, and I know Hervé, Adrian and Andrew want to come in, but I just remind you that it has to be a public sector reason to depart. So, you know, that's what I'm looking for, I'm not sure that I like this or whatever. It's actually, is there a public sector reason? So Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I agree with the proposal since it will improve the transparency and usefulness of information. However, we also let the IPSASB to consider the cost implication of this exercise given the huge volume and complex transactions in public sector. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Noyati. Renee?
So I take your point, Mr. Chair, about the fact that we need a public sector specific reason. That's why it took me a while to decide if I was raising my flag or not, because I'm struggling with finding that reason. But a question I have for staff is, did we go back and research the basis for conclusion from the IASB and why they came up with that third, maybe through comments from constituents when they consulted on this, and maybe we need to better understand their rationale and then see through that rationale if we would come up with a different public sector reason. At this point, I feel like I want to research this information. I don't know if you've already done that.
Yeah, we have. Can't completely quote it, but it was all about increased transparency.
Thanks, Renee. So I'm not sure that, I don't think that provides us with a get out. Hervé, Adrien? Oh, sorry, Lynn, I wasn't sure. I thought yeah, go ahead, you were next.
Okay, so I think there is a public sector reason not to depart. I think it would be surprising to me that the public sector would be less transparent. I think that is a very uncomfortable place from an accountability perspective. And so I absolutely agree with the proposal in the paper. I would also argue that we should not lose sight that some of the users of public sector financial statements are private sector investors and lenders to the public sector, and to take away or to not have a degree of transparency when you are making prior period adjustments does not feel comfortable to me at all. And so I'm in favour of the recommendation in the paper.
Thank you, Lynn. Very clear. Ross, did you want to?
I just wanted to come in to echo Lynn's points because she made a point that I was going to make, because I haven't been hearing good public sector reasons not to do it. And I think if we're going to take that approach to not introduce better transparency in line with public sector, we do need a good public sector reason, and we need to articulate that well. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Okay, so I think Lynn, you've articulated the threshold there. So I've got Hervé, Adrien, Andrew, Yakuba, and Angela. But bearing in mind time, I am looking for anything that you see as a public sector reason not to go with staff recommendation. Hervé, Adrien.
I'm sorry, I was about to comment on the reasons that public and private sector share the same reason for additional comparative information. Why is that? And establishing financial statements is based on going concern principle, and we are telling a story. Now, when there is a discontinuity in the story, be it in the private or the public sector, we need to explain why there is a discontinuity and what is the whole story going back to the time where the story has been discontinued. And this is the basis for my conclusion. It's not a matter of transparency at first, it's a matter of, okay, be consistent in the story you've been telling to users.
Thanks, Hervé, Adrien. Andrew.
Probably on the fence on this one, but I think in terms of potential public sector reasons to differ is we do have a much broader user base than just investors or capital providers. We've got service recipients and their representatives as well. We already have got a large volume of information that is presented as primary financial statements, including reconciliations to budgets, etc. So are we absolutely convinced that the benefit we get from a third balance sheet is there when all of the information would be disclosed in a restatement note anyway, that has that information? If we had to think around, well, in our jurisdiction, who would benefit from the third balance sheet, and you're looking at capital providers, if you're looking at entities that are doing longer term trends based on a balance sheet, they are already getting a lot of their information from sources outside of the financial statements. And so the third balance sheet they could then receive from these others. As I say, I'm on the fence. I haven't decided, but just some considerations I think for staff to take away.
Well, I think on this one, unless there is a public sector reason to depart, our rules of the road process dictates that we put it in. So I think, there's no, in terms of the CP, we can certainly describe the overall approach. If there are particular aspects that people want to pick up and say, well, actually, I argue with this, and this might be one, then that's fine. But I think for the time being, I'm not hearing a public sector reason in line with the rules of the road for actually departing. The presumption is it goes in unless there's a reason to take out. So, I think this is, I'm not hearing a reason to depart at the moment. So, Yakuba.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in favor with the proposal. So I just like to add some reason. If I read the paper from the staff, it is clearly stated that that will be applied to narrow situation. So it is not all the time we will have the three balance sheet. So that is something that will be exceptional for exceptional situation, right? And so we already have feedback coming from ISB constituents through the BCs. So to me, we should go ahead. And now that it will be in our CP, we will have the broad appreciation feedback from our constituents as public sector stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Yakuba. I think that's probably a good summary of the way we should go on this. So I think clearly what we should do is have a CP section which picks up some of these general issues where we followed our rules of the road approach, and give a preliminary view that we should stick with our rules of the road approach, but it allows people to put the contrary argument that they see a public sector reason not to proceed. Okay, so Anthony, move us on then.
Thank you. So the next two items are both the same in that they are existing requirements in our IPSAS 1. They have been carried forward by the ISB into IFRS 18. I know we don't have a final version, but I know they're going to be there, unchanged. So we've got them now. The IFRS has got them. They're not going to change. So asking the question, should we bring these forward, these general requirements, into the new IPSAS?
So anybody disagree with the proposal to bring them in or to move them over? Andrew, you disagree?
It's not a disagreement. It's just, I think particularly on offsetting, just the option that once we've had a look at what the presentation format's actually going to look like and we're further down the road, we may need to revise it. So it's just that caution.
Okay, noted. But for now, we'll bring it in. Okay.
Cool. I'll just bring up the final one. Okay, so again, the same story. IPSAS 1 has specific requirements around disclosures for the fair presentation and compliance with IPSAS. I know as an ex-auditor, that's really important that you have that clear disclosure. And also requirements around if you have departed from IPSAS, clear disclosures around that. Again, the ISB have taken all those requirements, which the IPSAS has exactly the same requirements, and taken them forward unchanged into IFRS 18.
Okay, any disagreement with moving those over? Patricia.
I was reflecting about this point, but considering some presentation about implementation and some papers about the adoption and implementation IPSAS, countries normally, or in some situations, adapt IPSAS. In this case, only to confirm, in this case, in this case, the countries can indicate that there is a compliance of IPSAS. Is it? No?
Because I think if they do not bring IPSAS in directly, they have an indirect process, then they can't, you know, what the statement of compliance would be in respect of, you know, well, as was Philippines public sector accounting standards or Malaysian public sector accounting standards, because it's not IPSAS. Okay.
Okay. Yes, because my question is in relation to paragraph 37 about materiality. It's about the non-compliance with some requirements in IPSAS or some IPSAS, because there are some kinds of decisions in different countries. In some countries, it's decide not to convert some specific IPSAS.
Yeah, so the paragraph 37 you're referring to about materiality relates to materiality if you're applying all the IPSAS. So not complying with an IPSAS because it's not material doesn't affect your statement of compliance. But national jurisdiction not taking certain IPSAS into its framework would not be a materiality issue. That means they could not comply with IPSAS. They would have to comply with their own national framework.
I would like only to confirm, and I think it's important. I don't know, in some communication to indicate this point.
So I think it is an important point, and I think perhaps we can instruct staff to go away and have a think about that, because I could see that we might have, I think this is just an explanation point that we might want. Ross.
Yeah, actually, I think it's a good point for us to talk about in the CP on the importance of using IPSAS as the IPSASB issues them, And if you're a national jurisdiction, then not using IPSAS, then you must be clear on that, because we do have that. I know they're nationalized, but I do think we should positively portray that the IPSAS are designed to be used as a suite as issued by the IPSASB.
Well, I think what we need to think about is bearing in mind that we have IPSAS 33 and we have an IG. We might need an IG on this. We might need. So I think if we can just think about what's the appropriate place or places, because I agree, I think this is an important point. Lynn.
Yeah, just it occurred to me when you were just speaking, Ross, I guess there's a few scenarios, isn't there? There's a take IPSAS as issued. There's could be a jurisdiction that does that, but then interprets it, i.e. mandates some choices that are available within IPSAS without changing the IPSAS, but mandating choice. And then there might be other jurisdictions that adapt IPSAS. And I think you might want to think about those three scenarios, because I think, you know, you're indifferent, but that middle category where a jurisdiction is taking the IPSAS, but just mandating choices within IPSAS, one might argue is still compliant with IPSAS, versus a jurisdiction that is adapting IPSAS.
Yeah, I think that's helpful to remind people about that. So I think if we can leave that one with staff in terms of whether that's an IPSAS 1 issue, it may well be, but it may well also be, you know, we just need to have a think about it with the IPSAS 33 update. So thanks, Patricia. I think that's a good point. Okay, so I think that's a helpful discussion. So now, at this point in time, recognising that we're behind our original revised, so we're on the revised Plan C, but in the meantime, what we will do is we will have the introductory presentation for the breakouts. I just want to welcome Mark Vermouth back. For those of you that haven't met Mark before, Mark was an IPSASB member for 2 full terms from 2016, having been technical advisor before. Mark is also one of the sort of relatively small band of accountants who are also working in the statistics world, having switched within in Switzerland. So that we wanted to get the perspective, the GFS perspective into our work. So Mark seemed an excellent person to, if you like, bring back into the fold a bit. So Mark, very welcome, and over to you and Anthony.
Okay, thanks again, Ian, and yeah, welcome Mark to the table. So I'm going to start my stopwatch because I've set myself a specific time, and then I'll be handing across to Mark. So this session, just building into the breakouts, is to focus on how items of revenue and expense, which are currently reported outside the statement of financial performance, should be presented in the financial statements. So currently in IPSAS, we have got specific items that get recognised directly to net assets equity. If I had to summarise what those items are, they're generally unrecognised gains and losses on certain financial assets and liabilities. The individual IPSAS standards provide the criteria and all the detail around when you are permitted to present certain items directly to net assets equity, rather than them going to the statement of financial performance. What is the impact? The impact is that those items don't form part of your surplus deficit calculation, is the main impact. So the primary purpose of this breakout session is to consider, are we comfortable with that current approach in IPSAS, or should that be changed? Or should that be improved? Or should we do something else completely different than what we're doing now? So to support that, I'm going to talk about a bit around the IFRS approach. Mark's going to talk about the GFS approach. Hopefully you noted in the paper and you've read it as the background information. We have not taken a view. We're very neutral, but we're just giving you an understanding of these different approaches to support the discussion. So first, reminding ourselves of IPSAS approach, and they're built around some clear principles that are provided currently in IPSAS 1. And that is that the statement of financial performance includes all revenue and expense items, except if an individual IPSAS permits or requires the disclosure of an item directly in net assets equity. And again, the individual standards are very specific around when you are permitted to recognise items directly to net assets. Also, I found it very useful preparing for this to consider what is the definition of revenue and expense. And we've already had some discussions on definitions this morning, but revenue includes all transactions. So the key point is that all transactions, that includes all gains and losses, all movements and net assets, other than increases arising from ownership contributions. So everything, all increases go to revenue, except if an individual IPSAS permits you to put it to net assets equity. And the same thing with expenses. It includes all decreases in net assets equity. So then statement of changes in equity, you present your revenue and expenses and those items that permitted to recognise directly in net assets equity. So as I've already talked about, typically these are unrealised gains and losses. So that's the current approach, and just to visualise it a bit more. So we've got the statement of financial performance, includes our revenue and expense, gives us a surplus deficit. And then we have the statement of changes in net assets. This is where the surplus links to your surplus deficit coming down. And then this is what we're talking about today. These items recognised directly in net assets. The common example is revaluation of property, plant and equipment. If that increases, you've got a fair value gain that doesn't reflect in your surplus deficit anywhere. It goes directly to net assets equity, goes to a separate reserve. And then, of course, we also have recognised directly in equity your contributions to or from owners. So here's my summary. In the papers, you've got the exact list as provided in the standards, but these are the summary of the specific items that go directly to net assets equity at present in IPSAS. Cool. Then moving into IFRS. What does IFRS do around these transactions that go directly in IPSAS to net assets equity? And we start to talk about the idea of other comprehensive income. So again, the statement of profit and loss, the same thing, all income and expenses go there, except if you're permitted or required to present an item in other comprehensive income. Other comprehensive income, the elements that form part of other comprehensive income is exactly the same, identical to the items that the IPSASB takes directly to net assets equity. I'll just keep moving so it's easier to the visualization. So we've got the IPSAS approach, and then the ISB, the same, income and expenses, get your profit and loss. And then they introduce a second statement. As you saw in the paper, you can put these two statements together into one statement, or you can present them as two statements. But they introduce almost like another step, a statement of comprehensive income. Always starts with your profit and loss, and then it includes these other items that the IPSASB takes directly to net assets equity. They include all those items in the separate statement of comprehensive income, with the goal of having total comprehensive income. The key principle from the ISB perspective was that they wanted all movements in net assets equity, except for contributions to and from owners, to be reported together to give the total movements in net assets equity arising from these transactions and other gains and losses. So there was, you can see the structure, they're trying to get to that green line of total comprehensive income. And similar, that flows through into your statement of changes in equity. You got your profit and loss, you got your other comprehensive income that flows through from the statement of comprehensive income. Probably a key point is that statement of comprehensive income, where you see the line other comprehensive income, that will list all the items. All the items will be presented, all the different movements as separate line items, and then the total will go into other comprehensive income. Sorry, the statement of changes in equity. Cool. So looking at time, I'm not going to go through these examples, but you can follow it through when you look at the slides later if you wish. But probably the key thing I just wanted to highlight is just so you can see some of the linkages between the statements from an OCI perspective. All right. So in this example, we've got a revaluation of land. That revaluation, you've got an increase, 200,000 in your market value, no impact in your profit and loss, and it goes through as a line item in your separate statement of comprehensive income. That flows through into a separate equity reserve. So you do see it sitting as the total in your statement of financial position. And then really what I wanted to get to is how does that look in the statement of changes in equity? And it looks the same as it would in IPSAS, exactly the same. The only difference between IPSAS and OCI is you've got this intermediate step of having a statement of comprehensive income in between. So it does go to a separate equity reserve in your land revaluation surplus. Cool. You've got other examples of financial instruments where it gets very complicated and very detailed. Again, the IPSASB have picked up all the requirements in the same way as the IASB. I'm not going to go through this example, but it's the same result that you've got these items going through, not the profit and loss, but through a statement of comprehensive income. Cool. So moving into GFS, just want to provide some opening slides, really just comparing it to IPSAS and OCI, and then handing across to Mark. So when I look at GFS, at least from my perspective, but we'll get the reflections from Mark, it does look very similar to the IASB approach, definitely in terms of what they're trying to achieve, where they're trying to separate items that go through into the net operating balance, which is the equivalent, but not the same, as the surplus deficit line. So in the statement of operations, and I'm highlighting, and Mark reminded me yesterday, this is only one part of the statement of operations, but one part of the statement of operations has your revenue, has your expenses, resulting in a net operating balance. And that includes your transactions. All right. So maybe if I hand across to you, Mark, for a moment, because you might do a better job than me because this transaction term is really important, because if it's not a transaction, it goes into another statement. Do you want to explain this idea of transaction?
Thank you very much, Anthony. As you see, a transaction is basically an economic flow. So we'll see all differences between the opening and closing stocks are economic flows, and the transaction is an economic flow which is actually based on an interaction between two institutional units based on mutual agreement or based through the operation of the law. So, for example, paying taxes would be such an example, but they could also be useful analytically to treat like a transaction because the unit is operating in two different capabilities. So, for example, consumption of fixed capital, which would be basically depreciation, or in change in inventories, which is actually also would be in accounting the same, recorded as a separate bookkeeping entry. And then maybe the next one. So other economic flows are basically residual. So everything that every flow that does not, or every change in net worth that does not result from a transaction is basically another economic flow. So this is mainly gains or losses resulting from changes in the prices of assets or in the change of their volume of assets or liability.
Perfect. So you can see this similar concept of where you've got transactions going, what we would describe as revenue expense items, and split between two statements. But I think one of the key things is this other economic flows is broader than what we currently take through either directly to net assets equity or the ISB takes through OCI, because it's effectively, in broad summary, including all your unrealized gains and losses, where the ISB and IPSASB is much more specific around what can be taken directly to net assets. So just contrasting again this third model, where again we've got income expenses to get a net operating balance, and then we've got other items going through the statement of other economic flows, and then flowing through into the statement of changes in net worth being similar, if not consistent, to the idea of net assets. Skip over this and let Mark carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you will be discussing various approaches. One is the GFS aligned approach, which would be a potential approach, and probably in order to understand this GFS approach better, it's probably necessary that you get an idea of the GFS framework, but also the overarching framework, which is the system of national accounts, the SNA. This is actually the overarching framework of how to record the economic activity of a country or a jurisdiction, and it provides the definition and concepts used by all other macroeconomic statistics, such as GFS, but also external sector statistics or monetary and financial statistics. The SNA framework, as you can see, has mainly two different accounts. The first one are the current accounts you see rather on the top of the chart. And the current accounts provide information about the production, the income generated, the distribution of income, and also the use for consumption and saving. So basically, they are relevant for the calculation of the gross domestic product. While the second accounts we have are the accumulation accounts you see beneath, and you see that they are between the opening stocks at the left and the closing stocks at the right. So the accumulation accounts explain actually the flows between the stock positions during one reporting period. What is also, you can see on the left side, the accumulation accounts are divided between non-financial accounts, which are the non-financial assets, and then the financial accounts, which comprise of the financial assets and the financial liabilities. So it's important to mention that there are no non-financial liabilities, so all liabilities are financial liabilities. What is also important maybe in this sequence of accounts is that the current accounts and the accumulation accounts relate to each other. So through the notion of the saving. So for example, if there is a negative saving resulting from the current accounts, then it's clear that there is an excess of consumption over disposable income, and it must be financed in the accumulation accounts through either the disposing of assets or incurring additional liabilities. So this is how they relate to each other. And what is also important to see that it comprises all sector of a jurisdiction, which is the corporations, the general government sector, S13, called S13, the households, non-profit institutions serving households, and then the rest of the world, which is so important for the external sector statistics. Okay. Now what you can basically do is just to look at the general government sector, S13, which corresponds to the red columns. And then you can basically see what's the share of government, for example, the state consumption being part of the whole GDP, or the share of net borrowing in relation to the whole economy. But you will also then finally arrive at the GFS framework, which you can see has same structure and is embedded into is derived from the structure derived from the SNA framework, where you can see above the, as Martin has also already mentioned, the expense and revenue, which actually corresponds to the current accounts. But it already uses terms which are more closer to the accounting, to IPSAS. And it's also not present as a sequence of accounts anymore. And then you also have, same as the SNA, the opening stocks and the closing stocks in green, and then the flows, which are the transactions. You see the blue ones: net investment in non-financial assets, net acquisition of financial assets, net incurrence of liabilities. And finally, other economic flows, as already shown, which can be holding gains and losses or other volume changes. Okay, next slide. It's the last slide. Now, as we will be discussing in the breakout groups, the OCA and how it possibly relates to the GFS framework, especially to other economic flows. You can see here a more comprehensive view of the commonalities and the differences actually there are between both framework, IPSAS and GFS. And what you can see when Anthony has talked in IPSAS about the net asset equity issue, or the OCI, and then you see that all these unrealized gains and losses are actually covered in the statement of other economic flows. But what's also important to mention is that you cannot say the vice versa. The statement of other economic flows is not, all the items in this statement are not uniquely treated along the IPSAS. So some of them are in the statement of financial performance in IPSAS, some are in net asset and equity, but some are even not recognized in IPSAS or recognized at a different point in time. And what is also important to see that some GFS items are not recognized while they are recognized in the financial statement of financial performance. So what is important here, and it's maybe not the details, I mean, it would be, we wouldn't have the time to explain you all these details, but discussing a GFS aligned presentation approach would probably have to take into account this holistic view of the difference in order to probably make sense. Yes, with that, thank you very much. If you have questions, available, or then back to Anthony.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to hand back to the chair.
Thank you. And I mean, the real reason for presenting the government finance statistics approach is the fact that if we go back to the overarching objective, which is strengthening public financial management through the adoption of accrual-based IPSAS, whilst IPSAS are used at an entity level or even, you know, a consolidated whole of government level, the key thing is that macroeconomic decision making in pretty much all jurisdictions is based on the economic accounts, the macroeconomic accounts. And the more there is an overlap and the more the same data is actually used, the closer what goes on at an entity level to the top level becomes. And there are still conceptual differences. There will be conceptual differences, it's fair to say, principally because of that absence of non-financial liabilities, provisions in particular in our parlance, remains a big difference. But the question is whether there is an appetite to allow for a presentation that's closer to the GFS SNA world at the moment. And that's really what we want to sort of have a discussion on, as well as the point about, do we want to move from the existing IPSAS approach to something more aligned with the ISB. But it seemed right at this stage to give a very even-handed presentation of all three approaches and then allow the board to have some opening discussions on this. So thank you very much to both Anthony and to Mark for giving those different perspectives. And this is the point where we want to actually move the board into breakout sessions. Now, Ross will give us the plan C, having had plan B. This is plan C in terms of what the, having had longer discussions, but not wanting to constrain those discussions, what this now looks like.
Yeah, so this is real-time agenda management. So as you can see, we have completed a couple items today and we're making good progress. That's fantastic. So we're proposing a shorter lunch. Lunch is ready. It's an easier to handle lunch today. I think it's sandwiches and other bite-sized things. So 30 minutes should be sufficient. Then we'd like people to go directly to their breakout rooms as posted on the wall. At 12:45 for 45 minutes of breakout discussions. And then we'll come back to the boardroom and we'll have a quick feedback. Sorry, that should be 12:45 to 1:15 for breakout discussions. Then we'll be back here at 1:15 for report back on the breakout sessions. Then we'll go into the program and technical director's report. And the program technical director's report probably doesn't take 15 minutes, but we've got that on the agenda. So if we need more time for breakouts, we can extend it for the feedback. Then we'll close the meeting and we'll have a short break while we get ready for a board in-camera session that'll be board members only.
So apologies to keep moving the timetable, but we had to respond to the amount of time that the board wanted on its discussions, which is always difficult to anticipate. So break now for lunch for 30 minutes and then go into the direct into the breakouts. Thank you.
Like you don't know yeah, the navigation where the sand goes.
Did you also find that scrolling being a problem? My ribbon disappeared.
Oh no, not that, but
I
I
have to
found
kind of
that
scroll back and then it appears.
I would type an email, send it, but then it shows up on my draft, so I send it again.
Oh, that's not. No,
And
that is like
I'm
people.
extremely annoying. It's like, oh, I saw your email. I'm like, oh, it's in my draft. So it's like I couldn't find it on my Outlook and I send. Or yeah, I'm like hating it. Yeah, so I'm like, I think I might ask them, can I go back? The old one. I don't think you can. I will already text it.
Just check. There's an update that you need to run.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we talk about discount rate, for example. You've got similar and you have your B side and I know as you say it's kind of very general, what were the significant assumptions that you used? But I did wonder whether we should flesh that out a little bit based on what we found out.
Well, we've got two very open.
Yeah.
If you use
yeah. Yes.
So it may be
that's what I want. Just a flesh out on those, and I appreciate it's not going to be the full disclosures like we have all the time we use it, and it's all significantly reduced. And I do think that what does the need to be? What were the significant assumptions, for example? Something like that, yeah.
But I felt the disclosure related to yeah, I'll take a look. Sure. Okay, good, good. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like people are coming back.
Good. Okay. So now we're on the feedback session. So Claudia, do you want to lead off on that one?
Yeah. I wasn't sure if we have really answered the question of Anthony. But we have figured out new questions which mainly help to lead the CPA or drafting the CPA. So one of the main issues we had, what do we really need an adaptation of the actual presentation? What is missing in the actual transparency? When it's clear of this, that we can really convince then the stakeholders what is the advantage to modify the actual approach. Doesn't matter which way we are going. I think that was the main key questions we should answer in the CP. We have then mixed use, which so we have person of favors keeping the actual, going to our IFRS approach, following the GFS approach. We was convinced if we allowed GFS approach, it would be probably only an optional. But we had a lot. We liked the ideas how they classify the realized and non-realized gains and losses. We understood that this project didn't extend to that we should widen our actual presentation or deviation between what is in the statement of performance and what is in net equity. So that's why we come to the conclusion GFS is maybe only an optional version for some issues. Yeah, that's more or less what I...
Great, thanks, Claudia. Andrew? Yep.
Sure. So on the GFS, we also had a look at it and actually concluded that we don't think GFS would be even a permissible option. We think that the differences between the two frameworks are too vast in terms of their intended use, the principles that underlie it, and that it may actually just create more confusion if it was, too far aligned with these. We did like an IFRS 18 aligned approach. That's what people are familiar with. It's what they've been using up to date. And so we thought that that was appropriate to continue with. In terms of looking at OCI or not, there were some mixed views. I think in general, we preferred no OCI and rather to take things as they currently are through to net assets, just because of the messaging that sends in terms of what actually were the results, what is actually available for use by the entity, for example. But we also didn't preclude, though, having all of the movements in the, I call it an income statement still, sorry. So similar to an IFRS 18, but OCI would not be a separate statement. It would just be one long item with different headings within it. And then when we spoke about recycling under that, there were again mixed views, but I think generally towards a no recycling type approach.
Okay, thanks. So then, Angela, is that?
Thank you. We had a very good discussion. Probably the sort of key takeaways, we briefly touched on GFS and for similar reasons as Andrew pointed out, just spoke about measurement differences as well as presentation differences, and that's probably not really an option. In our group, there was general support for OCI, particularly alignment with IFRS was an important reason, but and in a sense of communication that they're all revenue and expense items in the annual performance, which aligns with the conceptual framework. But we had a very good discussion on the prominence of those items in, well, currently in a net assets equity, but in OCI. And there are a couple of examples in particular. One, the revaluation of assets such as PP&E or natural resources, particularly, obviously those held for current operational value, where the movements in these amounts is important for users to understand what's driving those and what that potentially might mean for future budgets or, sort of broader public financial management sense, users understanding what those items are and what they represent and their changes, rather than perhaps how they might be thought of now as in a sort of reserve over there, nothing to see kind of way. The other one was an interesting example where perhaps there may be some jurisdictions who control an entity and should consolidate, but perhaps treat it as some kind of investment, fair value investment, where those fair values may be going through that OCI as well. So again, we had a very good discussion on the prominence, and that actually led us to some thoughts about do we need to provide any more guidance in encouraging, mandating that kind of prominence, and even potentially look at different items in and out there, and also possibly disaggregation. So we didn't get in quite how it would look. I think we had a bit of pushback in the feedback on when others had gone out to externals in their jurisdictions, that there are a group, particularly the preparers, who like to see a statement with surplus deficit at the bottom of the statement of financial performance. There was a strong kind of focus on that was an important bottom line number for some for some groups. There were other groups who would really like to see it all in one long statement. We even heard of a case where perhaps having two bottom lines next to each other and then described the difference over here in the notes. And I think that led us to a little discussion before we realised we were over time about the presentation options that IFRS has with OCI right now. And, you know, and is there a halfway? And again, more work needed on is actually a two-statement presentation, a sort of middle ground, or actually is it really important to have it all in one statement? I mean, that's where we probably finish the conversation. But did I miss anything, group? Yes.
Sorry, we also had the bit of should there be a principle?
Thanks, Lynn. Liang was fantastic to remind us that a number of years ago, the IASB tried to develop a principle for OCI and what went in and out of OCI. And Liang reminded us that after many years of debate, they did not resolve that. And so one of the things we're conscious of is that they never resolved a principle. And I'm not suggesting, no one was suggesting we develop a principle, I don't think. But there is something, if we're going to go out with it, that I think just saying they never got a principle, you know, so we're just following. But I think we were really getting into the prominence and transparency from a user perspective, although, you know, in practice, I think there are different groups, if we ask different views from different groups.
Yeah, thanks. It's interesting you say that, because I remember, you know, having listened to various conversations in the IPSASB project, and I think this whole principle is it rules, and John's putting his hands over his face, but I think some of the similar resonances came out in that discussion as well. Okay, so I think Adrian, you're the final one. So
yes, we had a very creative group. Well, first of all, we were very disciplined and we followed the list of questions in order. First of all, we discussed the advantages and disadvantages and the need for transparency, and the two were linked, of course. And the group was in the opinion that indeed the IPSAS the IPSAS approach was not as transparent as one would expect, and that this is one of the, I mean, the most of the disadvantages that the IPSAS approach has and shows. Problem being that we also acknowledge that transparency is also a very tricky issue in the area of public sector, because being too transparent could lead to sort of unexpected attitude especially from politicians with regards to the management of budget and the link between budget and the financial position or financial performance. So anyway, we believe that there is a need for transparency and that it should be addressed. And the way to address it was to favor the IFRS approach. The IFRS approach is seen as more transparent than the IPSAS approach, whereas the GFS approach is a conceptual change compared to what would be if we were to adopt the IFRS approach. So we thought that GFS was a very interesting approach, but not a response to the needs of public sector financial statement users. Okay, namely also because, and this has been said, is there a need for a second line second bottom line for the public sector, maybe not as the GFS has. I mean, conceptually designed it and understands it. And if we were to go for the GFS approach, there would be some consequences, and one would be that as a conceptual approach, different to the one we are currently using, we would have to go back to the conceptual framework to decide what is the purpose of a general purpose financial statement. Because the purpose is different. I mean, the use of it is different. So probably we would have to go back to that and give some explanations somewhere. We could not give conceptual explanations in the IPSAS-1, so we would have to go back there. And even more, we would have to go down the whole suite of IPSASs to reassess how would we have to locate each and every element that we have to touch on in this or that IPSAS. Another argument also was that, but I mean, it was a pragmatic argument, that is, if we move too far away conceptually from what we have currently been accustomed to, it would be a nightmare for accountants to get accustomed to the new way and the new meaning of the presentation of financial statement. As I said previously, presenting a financial statement is telling a story. Now, I mean, accountants, preparers, and users are currently used to a sort of a story that they are told, and it would be a different story if we would move to the GFS. In the end, I told you the group was creative, but the group said, I mean, someone in the group said, and there was no opposition on that, said, but in the end, is there anything currently that would stop a preparer to present other income statement? I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, the point is, if we want to incentivize preparers to prepare a more transparent story, to tell a more transparent story, and namely by breaking up some lines that are currently aggregated, and the other income statement would help give more details, more information about the reasons and the causes of all these, all these new postings in the financial statement. So that was it. That was it. Is there a need for anything? Well,
so we can go now.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Anthony, it's good for you.
Thank you very much. I think those are some really excellent discussions, actually, and I'm really glad that we decided to have this discussion at this point in time, because I think, you can sort of discern where the areas are that we're going to have to really think about going forwards. But I think it's fairly clear from those discussions that, if you like, if we sort of center our discussions around IFRS 18, and then do we depart from that? What's our reason for departing from that? That would center us in terms of what we say to our constituents. And I think that's where probably, the questions, the sort of thoughts in the rules of the road probably will be quite helpful for us as we start to move through. I think, it's clear from those discussions that there's little appetite in terms of the GFS presentation, for a number of reasons. And I think probably what we should do is sort of put that on one side, at least for now, and really focus our discussions on around the presentations that will emerge from IFRS 18, and then let's see where we get to. But that's very much in the background at the moment, and it might well be about, well, okay, how do we, at some stage, do we revisit IPSAS 22 in terms of how that works? So, and I think there's quite a few, based on that, there's quite a few different questions around this. one statement to what goes where, but I think really good. Anthony, anything else you want to reflect on?
No, that's a nice summary. Just thank you for the board's engagement during the session and the richness of the comments. There's definitely a lot going through my mind at the moment, but I'll take it all away.
So you have many hours on the plane back to New Zealand to contemplate that. Okay, so I think that that wraps us up for this time round on presentation of financial statements. Thank you very much, Anthony, for the material. I think that gave us some really good discussions today. With that, I'm going to pass over to Ross in terms of the Programme and Technical Director's report.
Thank you. Just waiting for the couple slides to come up. This shouldn't take a ton of time, so I think I'm breathing a collective sigh of relief because at points in this week it felt like we might not achieve some of the things we set out to achieve this week for the board meeting, but happy to say we've achieved most of what we tried to, including 3 approvals. So next slide, please. And just one more click. There's an animation here. So we did set out to have 3 approvals at this meeting, and we did in fact improve all 3 items and have closed off all the issues as of today. So good job, everybody, collectively. In terms of the sequencing, the board did challenge us on making sure we stagger that. So the way it's looking, it'll shape up is we'll go with the leases item first, which is going to be ED 88, arrangements conveying rights over assets. That'll likely go out at the back end of March, beginning of April on the consultation period agreed. And then ED 89 will go out probably a mid-April to late April on 60 days, just to make sure we stagger that appropriately for constituents. One item to note, Eileen in particular on the IFRIC amendments. If anyone's interested in joining Claudia on the editorial group, please send an email to me and Eileen letting us know that you'd like to be involved. It already has had a pretty good scrub, so I don't think it needs a really detailed editorial review, but I know there are members who really enjoy helping us out in editorials, and I don't want to, take away that opportunity if you want to. Next slide, please. So the only change to the work program as of today, again, other than the approvals that have gone out, is a reevaluation of natural resources. So the work program at the beginning of the week said we were going to approve in July. I think that became apparent in that session that we're not going to get there for July. And speaking with Edwin as well as Renee, we've agreed that we're going to aim for September. And Edwin's assured me that's an achievable goal and was quite confident we're going to get there in September. So let's see what we can do with that one. With that, next slide, please, and we'll talk about the check-in. Oh, sorry, I forgot my animation. Next slide. So we're planning 2 items for the check-in. So the substantive portion of the check-in meeting, that's now May 15th, will be the review of the climate-related disclosures ED. So that'll probably take up 2 of the 3 hours on the agenda. We'll also bring back the review of the measurement ED that's been updated by the task force yesterday, just to give the board a chance to see all of the edits and the follow-on instructions that have been addressed in the ED at the check-in meeting as well. So again, setting us up to approve that at the June meeting.
And just to say, I think in terms of the climate-related disclosures document, obviously that's the first time that the board's going to have an opportunity to see that, and very much what we're trying to get out of that is not a detailed page-by-page review. It's actually really to kind of look at the various different sections, hopefully having synthesized the feedback that the board has given us at this meeting. And it's really the start of the next stage in terms of actually saying, really where are the areas that we really need to focus our efforts going forward on. So, the problem areas that members identify in that review, seeing the drafting in one place, will then go for the discussions in the SRG and with the climate topic working group, so that we can focus on those when we come back in June. So this is not, we're only giving you one look at this at all. It's very much, we recognise that we've had the bigger picture discussions, and then the perspective looks different when you actually see this, appearing in a draft document. So it's the start of the journey, the next stage in the journey, rather than anything else. But that seemed to be the necessary thing. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And just on the climate-related disclosures, what might be helpful, certainly for me and maybe others, is when we do receive the draft for the April meeting, if the staff feel that they weren't able to do justice to a particular section in the drafting, is to give us a heads up that, look, we believe this is a sort of a placeholder. We spent more time in section A, B, C, but we have a placeholder for D, just so as reviewers we can get a sense of, perhaps an important point that we thought was made is not addressed. And it's not that you don't want to address it, it's just that priority meant you addressed A, B, C, not C, D, E. So any kind of heads up as to those kind of whole messages, and then we can review accordingly, and perhaps even think about things to help you with C, D, and E, or whatever the numbers are or the letters are.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful, Angela. And I think alongside that as well, we will give people a good sense of sort of how we see this travelling, recognising that we've got a lot to do in a relatively short period of time. And I know that we've sort of begun to identify areas that, we may have to say, right, okay, we think that's still going to be work in progress, or we're not going to be able to address that, I don't know, like the equivalent of SASB metrics or whatever it is. So I think both giving the board that view on here's how we see it travelling, but also here's how we see the various different areas where we may not be able to give all the answers in the period of time. So I think it'll be a very open discussion in that respect. Okay, Ross, anything else from your perspective? Okay, so I think just with that, I think I'd really like to thank the board for, I think, a series of very good discussions this week. I think we were conscious of the amount of material that we were presenting for review at this meeting, and I think Ross has already alluded to in his wrap up, that there was a lot to get through. I think we've had very good input. Thank you very much as well for the input in the task forces as well. We know this is a team effort, so I know that TAs and observers have also contributed to that, and also to the breakout sessions. But I think above all, actually, the staff have really done a great, it's really been a team effort pulling this together. So thank you everyone for what you've done. I think it has really been a really good meeting, so thank you. Maybe just a round of applause for everyone. So with that, I think we're at the end of the meeting. Safe travels, everyone. There's going to be plenty to discuss between meetings. We've got the check-in on May the 15th, and then before we know it, we'll be in Toronto in the last week in June. But safe travels, and see you again soon. And board members will take a short break, and then we'll have an in-camera session at 2 o'clock. Thanks very much, everyone.